Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Cash Game World Championship hosted by Con Poker in partnership with PokerStrategy.com. And it's good to be back. It is day 11 today of 28 days, 4 weeks of action. And I'm your host, Johan Merlo, joined by Hierophant once more. What's going on, sir?
Hello. Doing quite well. I was sick, but now I'm feeling good, so
Nice.
time to maybe I come back to poker.
What time do you wake up these days?
Around like 10:30.
Okay, decent. I woke up there 1 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah, one is a bit too late. I don't get enough hours of daylight if I wake up at 1.
Yeah. Well, you can take vitamin D, but yeah, I guess it doesn't. It's not quite the same as the real thing. Okay, let's see the. Sorry, go ahead.
No, nothing. I'm just opening the stream.
Yeah, Twitch usually is where there's the least delay, and there's a couple extra numbers that were added to the leaderboard actually. Next to the EV1, we can see yesterday's EV that was gained. So it kind of gives us an idea of like who did really well or not. And in this case, Jasamgale almost 9 binds yesterday. One Roman almost 8 binds. Those guys are they did very well. Kevin won over a little bit over 1 bind. DavyJones not moving too much. Just won a little bit. Voidements, he was at 100k and top 3. Now he drops to 51k. Youssef, 3 binds, pretty good. Losing also surging. He was actually down, right? Like yesterday, and then now almost 6 binds in EV yesterday. Definitely in the plus. Joe Adams, actually, also going from minus 15k-ish to plus 15k.
The legend himself, Joe Adams.
Your mom is hot, climbing out of the hole too. He was down.
A lot of very well-known names now. Before there was like a higher density of people I didn't recognize.
Yeah.
It's the top.
Prodigy! Barely up in EV, but actually like 5 binds down in actual result.
Yeah. Poor guy.
Well, not too poor, because in the last one, maybe used a lot of the run goods, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not a great start for him for the second rest,
Yeah.
His right wrist is gonna be lonely and sad.
Sandwich didn't have a good day yesterday. 5 binds in EV lost. Beppe, I think he was bottom 2 or 3. Plus 4 binds. All right. And then rigged, dropping again. Minus 5 binds in EV. But manually 1 bind. Linus seems like it didn't play yesterday. And we also have a bit of an extra leaderboard there to see the people that had the biggest swing in a day so far. So this includes any day. And Kevin on day 5, 14 binds. Mamma mia.
Yeah, Jesus. I mean, it's the guys who play the most volume, right? That are gonna be like this. But it's also gonna be kind of like redliners, I guess.
And then, so the worst day was day 5 for Linus with 11 binds. And then Chris Nguyen had one with almost 10 binds. Davy, although he's at the top, yeah, that was before yesterday. He lost 7 binds as well, so still at the top though. Even with that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you asked me before the event who would have like the biggest swing days, I would guess Kevin and Linus. So zero surprise about it.
How come?
Just like
Is that their style?
Yeah, they're both like super aggressive redliners that play a lot of volume. That you can like really trust to put to grind it out,
Yeah.
So yeah, very, very unsurprising to me.
Okay, just catching up to the chat. Hello, Schmokey. Playing for cash or trading? Oh, this is a stream for the Cash Game World Championship here, which is no limit 10K. Running for 8 weeks from December 10th, November 10th to December 7th. And we have Jim Duggan in the house as well, and Misha. Been watching all the votes. Great work, Johan. Finally caught one live. Yeah, we're live in the afternoon today. Thank you for joining us. Actually, yesterday, I was planning on streaming at 8 p.m. And then the games were running the entire afternoon, I kid you not. And exactly 8 p.m. as I'm about to go live, the games died. So I was like, all right, I just need to have more flexibility, basically. And it seems like right now in the afternoon, it's always busy. So I think I'm going to start doing the afternoon one session and then one session later at night, probably.
Yeah, seems like this time has been very busy. Every time I tune in around these hours, there's a lot of tables running.
Davy Love says, I think TaxHere should be number 1 on next update. He had 700 big blinds on one table today. I mean, we saw that in the last Cash Game World Championship. There were some days he had big stacks, but I think Hierophant kind of alluded to it in that, like, he's one of the guys that will have some big swings, but also sometimes you can't really tell. Like, he will win a lot of stacks on one table and lose a lot on another, so we never really know.
Yeah, it can be a bit deceptive, like how deep people get.
Tenzin Shakdor asked, how's Duty doing? Let me check where he was exactly. We had a couple new names, by the way, entering the leaderboard. Okay, so he had... no, wait. I misclicked. Oh, here. Okay, so he was down a few thousands, and then he won a bit over 2.5 binds yesterday in EV, and now stands at almost 2 binds in EV. So, yeah, not quite at the top, but, in the plus, that's something.
Very little volume for someone like him. Like, he's
Yeah.
also one of the guys who, like, if he was in the mood, I would expect him to grind out, like, a bunch.
Yeah. Are you surprised by the hours the games are running? It seems like sometimes it even starts in the morning, but then in the afternoon it's I think it's very different to last time. Maybe there's less North Americans playing this time too.
I mean, I think it's always been, like, mostly Europeans.
Yeah.
So if... I don't remember how it was last time, but if it was very different, I would be surprised. I would expect most action to just be during main European hours.
I think last time I would say prime time almost, or at least that's my recollection of it, especially towards the end, was late night. There was a lot of action late nights, and like you had guys like Absolute Top Up getting in the mix and playing a good amount of hands. Riggs had like a wide sleep schedule. He was also playing pretty late. I guess it's because also Prodigy, he was in America at some point. Yeah, I kind of remember it as late nights. Whereas like now
I can see that. Like, Top Up isn't playing this time, and
yeah,
and is in Europe, and there is Meek Bill, like Dunkaroos. I think he's American.
yeah.
He wasn't playing last time, as far as I remember.
There is way more unique entrants, by the way. I mean, I don't know how many were removed from the previous leaderboard at the end, because maybe they didn't have enough hands or anything. But here, we're including, the guy that hopped in there and paid his big blind and maybe called a raise and then lost $226 in one single hand. So that guy literally has one hand on the leaderboard. But including this guy, there is 74 unique entrants. Last time on the final leaderboard that was posted, there was 43.
Yeah. I guess... Yeah, I have no idea why that's the case, to be honest with you. But I'm happy that it is.
Yeah, no, it's good. Like, we're not even halfway through it either. There might be a bunch more players joining at some point.
Yeah.
You saw Sherry Sweet
that.
play it.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit.
Not a lot of volume. He played 93 hands, but seems like he kind of crushed.
Yeah, I don't think he will play much more, but wait, should we try to get him on stream?
I asked him yesterday, and I think he said something about his wisdom tooth or something. So he might not be. He might be
Oh, but he's
indisposed.
playing now. He's playing now, though.
Well,
He's trying to weasel out of commentary. I'll message him.
I don't know. I would guess like maybe his jaw or like teeth hurts if he did something like this. So I try not to pester people too much. You know, I try to kindly ask them to join sometimes, but I don't want to spam anybody.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, especially when you get like a lot of people who are big names, like people playing in the challenge as well.
Yeah, I don't want to inconvenience anyone, no matter like who they are. Try to go by vibes, you know. I do feel like
he gave me the same comment about his wisdom teeth.
Yeah, I do feel like some players though, or like some people that like, you know, would be good to come on stream. Sometimes they decline because you know they're busy in that moment, but it feels like they just need reminders, and then they'll come on. Like some of them even let me know, they're like, all right, well, I can't come this time, but just make sure to keep asking me, and you know, whenever I have time, I'll join.
Yeah.
Hello, Yuzu Cosmos in the chat. Schmoky from Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, Canada. What's your hockey team out there? Yeah, I made a suggestion to add the amount of hands played yesterday as well. Like, I don't know. I guess you saw this in the mid stakes. There was like a screen cap with the latest day amount of hands played and EV change. And I thought that's like a really nice stats to have to see like the movement. Now we get the EV, but having the hands would be nice too.
Yeah. I guess it's interesting to see how hard people are grinding.
Know who played the Monster Session yesterday is always cool. Like Jasamgale winning almost 9 binds yesterday. I'm really curious how many hands that was. Actually, I can technically check. I'm like archiving a little bit. Let me try and see if I'm able to spot that. So yeah, 9.6k. Oh, so he played 2k hands yesterday. If I'm calculating this right, so that's pretty. That's a lot. I don't know if I took the right day in my archiving, my messy archiving of things.
On the left table, BBB single raise spot, B25 call, check turn. And now it's on I1.
Does this run out favor more the small blind or big blinds? Like who has, is it easy to pinpoint here who has more flushes, more straights?
I wouldn't think it's like terribly extreme.
Yeah.
Just gotta have to play some normal poker.
Big blind has more suited hands, since they're calling it a big blind.
Yeah, I think because it's double flush draw, small blind will barrel queen x less because like they have like more better equity hands to barrel. So on like a 10 of clubs, I would assume that you barrel random queen x more. So here when it goes check, you have slightly more of a queen x.
Wait, doesn't a queen? Oh, I guess it doesn't need protection. That's not a straight there. That's not a straight yet, if ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it seems very, very reasonably played from Dunkaroos. I don't think you can do anything different.
Really, even like so, from my point of view, betting big on the river is scary because I guess like the way
Yeah,
it
but he
played out.
doesn't. So this isn't really big. This is like B75, right?
Yeah, B75 is
Big
big
would be
though.
like an overbet.
Okay.
No, because you're not really reopening smaller than this when you are in position on river. Because when you open in position on river, you're reopening the action, right? So you're opening yourself up to being check raised.
Yeah.
So if your hand isn't worth at least B66, then just not worth reopening and compromising your equity realization.
Okay. But like, so in this case, he's like, he has two pairs, yes, but it's 4 to a straight on the board and a flush on the board. So is it like where because of the action, he's kind of ruling out a lot of those hands and then he's trying to get a thin call from something?
Yeah, so like the way I approach it, for me, there isn't really too much of a logical thought process. It's just like I have seen enough like Sims and I played enough hands to have an instinctive feel that King Jack is worth a bet here. Like I would be very surprised if it's not. So I would just bet based on intuition.
Yeah.
And a lot of thresholds kind of come down to intuition. You can't have like very strict rules for it. It just has to come from experience.
What hands can you think of here that will have to make a crying call and then lose to this?
I mean, basically any pair is reasonable to call off, probably like any board pair, I mean. And then probably you prefer to have a spade kicker, but it's not so clear. Then you'd probably rather have like a low kicker, so you'd rather have like king 3 instead of king 7 or something, or slightly better unblockers, but maybe not. Like basically any pair is very close to indifferent, down to minor blocker effects.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I have like a super basic thought process when I see this. It's like, oh, I have two pair, but 4 to a straight, flush. Like, I'm scared. I guess I'll bet small and not think about it too much more. But it's much more complex than this, obviously.
Yeah, just don't reopen for last one, B66, or whatever your medium hotkey is. Because what I said about like check raising, you like every time you reopen, you're just getting check raised. So if by value betting you only get like a B33 into the pot extra, like that doesn't compensate for the fact that sometimes you get check raised and then your hand is not worth anything.
Yeah. All right, Duty and Dunkaroos back at it. Line versus line.
Action, I assume it's a 4-bet pot.
I was listening intently to what you were saying, so I didn't see quite as well. It's so hard attention span. I feel like if I'm looking at the tables, then I won't be hearing as much, right? I won't be paying attention as much as what you're saying, and I thought I'd make it a point this time to really like pay attention as closely as possible, attention span wise, to what all the guests are saying.
Yeah, that's fair. I think we will get into the flow for it as long as we only focus on two tables.
Yeah. So turn was half pot size bet by Duty in position. We head to a jack river. So now again, one of those tricky boards with 4 to a straight. Dunkaroos with the monster stack, by the way, this table, but it's SPR1 close to it on the river. We bets 10%. Solver Kid gets called. Wow. Actually found value from aces with two pairs here. How thin is that?
It's just a B10, right? So as long as you're getting called by, as long as you beat just a part of your calling range, like basically when it's B10, you don't need to have like that strong of a hand, right? Like two pairs is definitely strong enough for this. So it's a 4-bet pot, right? 4-bet, check, and then B50. I'm not terribly sure about the donk. I wouldn't think that the jack is like a terribly good river for small blinds. I'd assume that he has ace 10 king 10 and Dunkaroos would just bet turn at least, bet flop or turn if he had ace 10 king 10. Queen
So
10 is joined, and then Dunkaroos has like slightly more pocket tens. That being said, like the river doesn't really necessarily have to be a big advantage card for donks to exist. Sometimes it's just enough like to notice the fact that like Jack 9 here doesn't really do anything to protect your checking range. So it's not completely unreasonable to make a split for it. Because if you check and you get jammed on, then Jack 9 is sort of just indifferent, right? I think at least. I don't think in position is supposed to reopen wider than Jack 9. And if Jack 9 doesn't do anything to protect the checking range, then it can just set the price itself.
is the call pre a little light here with Jack 9 suited, or is that something that you call 100% of the time, or frequency?
I think against like they didn't he 4-bet pre? I was assuming he 4-bet.
No, so it was a cold fall by Duty. So Dunkaroos 3 bets small blind versus button.
Okay, I completely then ignore what you said because I misread the action.
And because they're about like 150 big blinds deep, 153. The 4-bet was big too, right?
And who opened?
So TaxHere opens on the button, 2.5. Then it's 11 bigs in small blind.
To lose with Jack 9.
11 bigs in small blind, and then Duty does 26 and a half. And then Jack 9 suited calls. And about the check on the flop here, I struggle with those spots myself because, again, I can't see the range very well. So like it's especially, I would say, I guess, when I'm out of position. But here too, I would be really wondering like about the range of villain. And then obviously you can have like some of the sets here. But I don't know if I guess 150 blinds is like so complicated as well. That's something I know even less than 100 big blinds. But here, how do you determine like whether to check back? Is it just mostly about the sets for Duty? Like, what did he check back aces? You're overbetting exactly.
So I think in this configuration, queen high boards are gonna be pretty bad for a pre-flop aggressor. Because he does have ace queen off, but the pre-flop caller should be like very dense around ace queen. Maybe have ace queen suited, ace queen offsuit, and that just we just have like a narrower range compared to the pre-flop squeezer, or like the pre-flop 4-better, because pre-flop 4-better is gonna have like aces kings, whereas like those hands for small blind would just 5-bet, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just like, and a bunch of other combos that are in Duty's range are not gonna be in Dunkaroos range. So basically, like as percentage of range, what I mean is that like ace queen is a bigger chunk for the small blind. So you get this dynamic where in a lot of like 4-bet spots from late positions, queen high boards are very disadvantageous.
But Duty has aces, like it's even less chance there is. I mean, and he's beating ace queen, right?
Yeah, but like if a board is bad for you, you put less money into a pot, right?
Yeah.
But like if a board is really bad, like building that pot is less on you. Like he still has to do some pot building, right? But
yeah. How do you determine that the board is bad? Like when looking at the whole range, he's losing to very little here compared to all the things that Dunkaroos could have, right? Because he's only losing to 3 different sets, and then a straight. Like there's one.
but he doesn't just have aces and kings. He also can have like a lot of different stuff here. He can have jacks or tens or queen 10, queen jack. Okay, 9 maybe not, but I mean he still has a reasonably wide range.
Okay. Yeah, what a run out for aces. He bets on the turn and then And then also on the river, he calls with aces here. What is he beating then? Because it's, when it's 10% bet, he needs to win one in 12 times to break even. Yeah, what is king queen betting here? Is ace queen betting?
I would guess not. I would guess no, but like I wouldn't bet my life on it, you know? Like you see people make the most random threshold mistakes. So even if like technically like your hand might be supposed to be the same as like a I don't know, like a jack or something, I'd rather call this in case like people make some threshold mistake.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Dunkaroos would have to show up with a bluff for aces to be good, I would assume.
Like
Ace queen
sixes
doesn't
or
feel
something.
strong enough.
I don't even know what that would be here.
Yeah, so something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sixes doesn't sound completely unreasonable to be honest.
Yeah.
Sixes seems reasonable, yeah. Or like 6-7 or something.
It's nice we catch Prodigy in the mix today. Hope to see him ignite an upswing here so he can battle for one of the top spots.
Saw some suspicious hands from him.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm anxious to see more. He has the funniest hands. Okay, that's a lie. He doesn't have a funniest hands. Not even close, but I enjoy watching him.
Yeah. I see 5 tables running. Oh, it's actually 6. Yeah, I'll open the extra one. It's only 2 shows, so we'll really only focus on those.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
And yeah, who is Juan Roman again? This guy is absolutely cooking. In the latest updates. It just says it's a reg. The only info I have on him is like it's a reg from another site. And somebody added he's very good at heads up no limits. That's all we know about him. That's
Juan?
it. Yeah, Juan Roman.
Juan or? I thought he played on GG, so like he wouldn't be a heads up reg man.
Yeah, I mean,
Because there are no heads up regs on GG.
yeah, well, maybe he plays elsewhere. That's somebody just added that
Yeah.
when he was asked about. Keep it cool in the chat. What's up? He asked what he bluffs versus this 10%, if not overpair, 8-7 suited, not in range, probably Jack X seems kind of bad blocker. Yeah, we went over it briefly. You thought
Yeah, we did.
a bottom pair with
my guess was 6s and 6-7.
Yeah. Prodigy here in a hand with Kevin. Looks like a 3-bet pot. Well, actually, did he? Or maybe he limp raised because then he led on the flop. Didn't quite catch.
No, it looks like BVB 3-bet pot, no?
Yeah, but then he led.
Then I don't think go and play slimps.
But then he led on the flop.
Kevin. No, Kevin just c-bet B25.
Okay.
I think. It goes check after check call.
All right.
Quite an interesting river.
That's 2 pairs plus, or even stronger than that here to bet 75%.
I think he's wrapping a straight here. My intuition would be he's wrapping a 10.
So, ask Tion, what's your win?
It's like,
sorry, go ahead.
I think when it's the backdoor flush draw that comes in.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure. It's such a weird river where like King 10 gets in there. King 10 gets there. Oh wait, I misread the board. Jesus, I I need to focus. For some reason I assumed that this is like a 40th Street board. Jesus, what?
So this was a raise,
yeah.
3 bets, call, and then Queen Jack 7. Quarter pot bets on the flop. Yeah, I misread too. I thought Prodigy led out. Dude, I'm not a morning person. I know it's afternoon, but it's my morning.
Yeah.
And he kind of gets a really good turn with the backdoor flush draw. He checks around, gets his card for free, nuts on the river. And he leads out for 75%. Kevin took his time and he sniffed it out perfectly. Folds to the nuts. Well played.
Yeah. So now looking at this, this feels very reasonable to be a weak 2 pair for one. It does feel like he's wrapping reasonably thin range.
Would just having some sort of king of clubs here be sufficient? I guess
Sufficient for what?
For the line that happens. I guess probably like he's not calling some off-suited king blind versus blind, unless it would be like, I guess maybe
You mean
king,
for bluffing?
yeah, on the river, yeah. So like let's say if he would have king queen offsuit with the king of clubs.
Yeah, but it's very hard to have like offsuit hands here. But
Yeah.
basically, once you check all flop, your range gets what's called filtered. As in, if it goes check, 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 like quite a lot of random air hands usually. But because you went check call, you barely have any air. So any air that you do have, like for example, like a couple of combos of like spade draws that you're check calling on flop, or like 8-9 or something.
Yeah.
10-9. All of those combos get to bluff because you just don't have many of them. And on a river like this where a lot completes, you probably get to bluff like a bunch of pair hands as well. Like some under pairs or something.
Yeah. So 185 in the chat asks, Johan, what's your win rate and no limit 50 and what sample? What's the win rate?
Who's win rate?
I feel like players like Jasam and Juan Roman, who had like a really good day yesterday, now it feels like they're truly in the race. Now is the time to lock in and try and get an even bigger upswing to catch up to Davy. These guys are riding a lot of momentum.
Yeah. I think we just do their best every day. Like, poker is a game of consistency. If you're at this level, you kind of have to just be completely locked in every day.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna suffer.
But it's very hard though, right? Nobody's like ever always on their A game.
Yeah, of course. Of course. But you need to put an effort to be.
Your BB per 100, no limit 50. Yeah, the joke was that I don't have a win rate. So 185. I don't know, I feel like I'm mostly break even for a long time now.
So someone was asking in chat if 6s and 6-7 are in range. So yeah, like they aren't very high frequency free bets, but once you free bet, you always call the 4-bet, I would assume. Go like deeper and big blind events slightly bigger, so maybe you get to mix a little, but
yeah,
you definitely have like some 6s and 6-7. And the thing when you're bluffing with B10, you don't need to have many of those hands, right? Because you need so many combos of value for every combo of bluff. That you really don't need many bluffs. So like the small amounts of 6s and 6-7 that you have from pre-flop is probably gonna be enough.
No, Roa,
he's responding to someone in chat.
Yeah, Roa, he was asking about the previous hands, the cold 4-bets, the 10% bet. Nice. We got some full tables.
Oh, he asked what he bluffs versus 10%.
Yeah, he's talking about the cold 4-bet hand from earlier.
Oh.
I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, good question. Against B10, it's very hard to figure out the blocker effects with those combos. I don't think you can have many blockers because you want to block 10x. Like the main 10x that Dunkaroos has is pocket tens, I would assume. Pocket tens or maybe like Jack 10. Yeah, okay, Jack 10 seems sort of reasonable. So in that case, you would like to block suited Jack 10.
Is there something you want to unblock then?
Yeah, I mean, but it's kind of like asking too much in the spot to have unblockers.
Yeah.
Because it's a 4-bet bot, so ranges are so tight that everything is gonna block something, which is why I'm saying it's like so difficult to figure out the blocker effects. And I wouldn't really care to, because maybe implications, depending on what you take, are very, very small. As I said, I would just pure call aces because there is some like very slight chance that you beat value. Then I would go with combos that I'm sure that we don't beat value, so that we don't have calling EV. And then a jack seems reasonable because having a jack block some jack 10 maybe. So I would take a jack over aces for like blocker reasons as well. So someone in chat is saying that ace king makes sense, blocking king 10 and ace 10. My issue with that is that I don't really expect Dunkaroos to go check with king 10 ace 10. Like I would assume that he mostly probes turn with ace 10 king 10. Because imagine you check turn and then the D bets, you're kind of like in a very unpleasant spot when you have a one card open ender. It's sort of exactly the exact amount of equity where you don't want to face a bet. So out of position, you just tend to bet those hands. So yeah, I would assume that whenever he has a straight, it's more tens than jack 10.
Keep it cool. Always very
Yeah,
curious in the chat with those hands. He loves going like, in deep in the rabbit hole of.
Yeah, he's saying don't think ever win, and I will say that, well, you're supposed to win extremely infrequently when you face a B10. So it's like for a human brain, it's supposed to feel like you never win. And then you see it once and you just can't bring yourself to fold anymore. So yeah, I know, it's just very exciting to deal with mentally.
And also, yeah, I guess you have to be careful that, like, let's say you think I'm never winning here, and then you're folding aces. In the case you're winning, like, let's say 1 time out of 8 or something, or like 1 time out of 10, then you're losing money, which, like, the 10% bet is not, money wise, is not the biggest of things, but the pot overall, right? Like, you're losing quite a few big blinds there.
Yeah, yeah.
So, ask me, do you want to be a poker pro, Johan? I feel like yes, in a way, but I don't want to only do like poker playing like full time, especially because currently I'm not very good. So I kind of like doing multiple things. So working in the video game industry, streaming games, commentating poker, I think it's already like a good balance of things to do. And then on the side, I do play, but currently I'm not nearly good enough to think about being pro. I think it takes time and dedication, which I think these days I'm putting more emphasis on. I'm scheduling like study sessions with friends all the time. I bought a bunch of coaching.
Yeah, keep it cool. I told you, like the bluffs that make sense to me is like sixes and 6-7. There's no guarantee that he shows up with those, but I don't really see why he wouldn't.
I feel like we need to put that hand in a solver. Keep it cool. You know what to do. Look it up. Tell us what you see.
Solver is anti-magic. You look up a solver and the mystery is gone. Suddenly you feel like you understand everything.
Eureka.
Duddy against Dunkaroos, BBB single respot, goes check check, then Duddy blocks. Dunkaroos calls on turn, and now we're on river.
Yeah.
At 6-7.
Bets 2 pair in position. Got a fold through.
Again, like very reasonably played. Like not many other options he had. Like, obviously he could size river somewhat differently, but definitely not a sin to size like this as well.
Maybe Jack 9 suited is a mixed call, rake free, who knows? Yeah, good question. Good luck in your journey to become one. Thank you, Sal. You too. Yeah, at first glance, I was like, Jack 9 suited. Like, I'm not a fan of calling out a position. But yeah, it's, even though it was a big cold 4, it is no rake. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Jack 9 also seems strong to me.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely see people being very disrespectful about pre-flop in this competition, so I definitely wouldn't assume that what we're doing is correct.
Man, last night was
Putting
crazy.
his
Like,
time bank pre-flop.
last night I was gonna stream around 8 p.m. and then the games just kind of ended around that time. Like literally, there was no table left, so I was like, all right, well, I'll go live later. And then a couple hours later, the games resume. I go live. They go on for a little bit, not very long. And suddenly, I think it was like 4 tables. They all break and everybody leaves. And it's just Davy sat alone at a table. And one player that hasn't played yet in a challenge, he sits with Davy. Like at just the one table.
Great table selection.
Yeah, and then
Great table
so
selection.
everybody comes back immediately, and then like that guy just played his one buy-in, and he lost it to Ohio Mark, who had the nut flush, backdoor nut flush versus a set, and that was it.
I mean, that is probably a fun player.
Yeah.
Someone who enjoys life more than the miserable regs.
Ms. Regs, one of my favorite term. Sao says, I think Jasamgale is going to ship the Rolex is very underrated. And thanks, Johan, for streaming every day. It's such a pleasure. You're welcome. It is my pleasure.
I mean, saying Jasamgale is underrated is a hot take because he's probably rated like 3rd or
Really?
something like that. And been for many years, yeah.
So what's your power ranking? Let's go. Let's say like 1 to 10s for ring games, high stakes.
For ring games. I mean,
Or you can do
I
general
think
general
Davy,
poker high stakes if you want.
I think Davy is the best. And afterwards it's less clear. Like obviously Linus is up there. And then after that, there's like a bunch of guys who I think are kind of close, who I like all respect quite a lot. So like Kevin, Ivan, Owen, recently I respect a lot. Um, Derp, also known as Tim, very very good player. 464 would be good, but I'm not sure how much he plays recently. He seems like semi-retired to me or something. But at his peak, he was obviously a very good player. You can keep you can keep scrolling. Like there's gonna be some very good players down below.
How about Limitless?
Not a fan, and also he's semi-retired as well.
How about Barack, by the way? Like, I brought it up before, but like that screen cap of like, you know, the yearly results
Okay,
the last 2 years.
Barack might actually be somehow like one of the most underrated guys because apparently a lot of people think he sucks. Like and like it's difficult to even understand why because he has crazy results and obviously like most of those results are during GG era where everyone was bum hunting and obviously he was bum hunting quite hard. But like he was clearly doing better than like nearly everyone. So obviously a very very good player. I wouldn't think he is quite as I wouldn't think he's like winning on the very toughest tables possible.
Yeah.
But beyond that, like obviously like a very 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 good player. Oh, Decky. I'm a big fan of Decky. He's like one of the only guys who reliably doesn't do anything that like enrages me. Basically, everyone plays very stupid hands, and it's Decky who like you look at a Decky hand and you can always be happy, you know? It's always like something
He always delivers.
reasonable. I mean, Beppe is like that kind of as well, I would say. Like I haven't really seen Beppe punt ever.
Yeah.
And I would definitely put both of them top 10 as well.
Okay.
And Munoz as well, I would put top 10.
Okay. Oh.
So yeah, that's roughly 10 people I mentioned probably, right?
Yeah. Yeah. How about Chile?
Probably not top 10, but probably top 20.
Yeah.
Um yeah, but he's like a newer name, right? Like he hasn't been around for as long as the other guys, so
Yeah.
maybe one day he will be the best. Who knows?
It was cool to say Hierophant number 1. Next mid stakes championship. Maybe we'll see that.
Sure.
Oh, we got Podbet Cat in the mix.
Who is he? Never heard of him.
He's, I believe, Japanese player. That's
Great nick though.
Yeah, he makes some content actually. It's funny. Somebody asked on
really?
Discord who it is, and then I think it was Yolan. He responded, "He's like, oh, he's like a Chinese, maybe Macau player. I don't remember exactly. Maybe he said like, yeah, Macau player." And then he linked the guy's Twitter, and then I look at the characters, and I was like, "That's Japanese, not Chinese." So I opened his profile because even
did he bluffed it off against him?
Yeah.
Spicy pot.
Okay, let's see.
Poor guy, did he?
Yeah, sometimes it's like that. So it's open raise in the cutoff, UD 2.2. Podbet got 3 bets. Oh, wait, I didn't bring it up. Sorry. I'll start over. Okay, yeah, cutoff 2.2x. 3 bet in the big blinds, 12 big blinds. And then we head to monotone. This was exactly 100 big blinds deep. Quarter pots. And a call. King on the turn. Podbet got again quarter. UD again calls. And then river 8 of hearts. And he goes small again. And Duty took the bait, goes for it, and just runs into it.
So I guess he's repping like, what is he repping? Is it like ace king aces? Seems like a bit thin here.
A flush, I guess,
And then
right? Like he has the 9 of spades. He thinks he can make some.
No, I mean pot bet cat.
Oh,
Scuttle versus big blind. Is aces and ace king legit here? I can't tell. Because if not, then it's just like two pair. There isn't that many combos of two pair, kind of. Okay, there's a bunch. Like some of them are worth more. I mean, Diddy obviously has a very reasonable combo, I would guess. Like, this is one of the only good blockers he can have here. Like 9 of spades, but actually blocks flushes. Because like the lower pocket pairs, they block barely any flushes, if any. And 9 actually is doing something, so it's not like he's going for like a disrespectful jam, I mean.
yeah.
He actually just has like a very elite combo, I would guess.
And so asked, how about my top 5 based on hours I railed strictly? I mean, I would name all the guys that did very well in the challenge, but to me, every one of these players is like so phenomenal and so much better than me that it'd be very hard to pick which one are the best. I just know they're all a million times better than me.
It can be very uncontroversial.
And Yoshi asked, what do the smaller numbers mean on the leaderboard? So the smaller numbers mean what happened yesterday. So, or the last play day, rather, yeah. So like when you go here to the leaderboards, then this number is the amount that somebody profited or lost just yesterday. And hopefully we can get that for hands too. I think that would be amazing. So Voidemans, he lost 5 buy-ins in EV yesterday. And Jasamgale had a huge result, same as One Roman, near 8 buy-ins for both of them. But yeah, like so the Twitter of Podbetcat was posted, and then he he's very clearly Japanese. His profile was funny. Let me try and find it.
Podbetcat, like what an elite nickname. It somehow just works. The cutest avatar as well.
Okay, wait, I would bring it up on stream. So that's his Twitter.
I think we were gonna build a statue for Dodie in Japan.
That's his Twitter. He does say like Macau, and he has a YouTube where he has like some videos, and then I translated his profile. And he says, "I'm a professional poker player living in Macau and playing live cash games. No limit hold'em heads up. He's my absolute favorite. The icon was drawn by my real little sister, so that's his logo as well. That's like the cutest thing ever. This guy is incredible.
Yeah, right. I might be rooting for him now. Just based on the avatar. And the neck. I'm quite partial to cats. Love cats.
What about dogs?
Dogs I'm less consistent about. Some dogs I really love, and some dogs are annoying me.
Really? Wait, how could a dog annoy you?
I know in Asia here we have a lot of stray dogs as well.
Cats
are like royalty, kind of. They're all like super well maintained, you know. They're like cute and like we come up to you and we jump into your lap. The dogs are a bit more hit or miss.
Yeah. I remember actually one time I went to Russia and I saw so many stray dogs there, especially by like the subway entrance/exits. And they were like so chill. I was like, oh, this is the perfect symbiosis of like dogs and people. like living together. And then I remember somebody telling me, it's like, actually, it's not like that at all. They can cause a lot of issues too.
Yeah, I actually find that like in the cold countries, the dogs and pets in general are a lot worse behaved. Like, usually in hot countries, they are kind of chill. And then in a country like Russia, where it's freezing, I would assume them to be in a bad mood.
Really?
It's
Interesting.
not a great place to be. Yeah,
I
it's
would
not a
think,
great place to be a straight pet, right?
yeah. Do you think maybe the animals sometimes they reflect the behavior of the humans that surround them too?
Yeah, probably. I haven't paid too much attention, but like
Yeah.
it seems very obvious that like they mimic at least some of what their owners do.
Can we see the Prodigy duty hand from a few minutes ago? Which was it, left or right side? Wait, Prodigy is not on either table currently. Oh, which table was it precisely?
He left.
Oh, you just left. Okay.
He might have. He got replaced by maybe exploitable. I don't know.
And Jerry Wu also, I think,
Someone is
joined.
saying right. Someone is saying right, and Prodigy was big blind.
All right, let me see. Let me see what I can do. Got it. Okay. Replayer. Actually, wait, this is perfect. We can treat that as like one of those mystery hands for one of the players. Wait, let me check the action so I can tell you what one of them has. Okay, yeah, we can do... Well, okay, we can do Duty from Duty's POV. He has... Okay, that's a little bit... that's going to be a bit straightforward, but he has threes. So Duty opens pocket threes in the cutoff, 2.2 BBs. Prodigy defense.
Are you showing it on screen?
Yeah,
Because
no, yeah. I made sure this time, yeah.
Okay, my stream is always like a little behind for what it's worth.
You watch on Twitch?
Yeah.
Okay. It shouldn't be too long. Yeah, so he has threes, opens cutoff, big blind defense by Prodigy, ace, 3, deuce. And he checked...
Yeah,
What?
So these are kind of high frequency check back boards, like the wheel boards, ace plus 2 wheel cards. They're actually supposed to be donkable for big blind. They think they're donkable for like geometric, which is like it's one of the only boards where you see this, where the donk isn't even for block, it's for like a small overbet or pot. But yeah.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but hell no, I'm never checking a set.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, most people don't check back very protected on these.
Yeah.
I would assume because the Duddy is doing this, it's okay. Okay. But Owen is probably assuming he's not doing it. So probably doing it is a good idea.
That is sick. He checks back a set and Prodigy bets 3 times the pot on the turn. This is what dreams are made of.
Yeah, I mean maybe I'm being a bit too extreme about it. Like he's probably supposed to check back some very, very good hands, and his B250 is still supposed to happen regardless.
Is there a rule, like, wouldn't it be top set most of the time, or it can be any set? Like, those deuces need more protection than threes, so it's just, like, really the same here.
I would assume aces is the best hand to check back as a trap, and after that, everything else is kind of the same. Yeah. At least I don't really see the difference between deuces, threes, and 4-5 even.
So what was going on the turn here then for Prodigy betting 3 times the pot? Is that like one of the main lines here that will be like, how many sizings does he have in this scenario?
So basically, the way I look at it, low pairs aren't worth the bet here, and an ace doesn't really need protection, right? Because it's top pair, there are no overcards set. So you just bet your nut hands, and your nut hands want to play for the entire stack. So yeah, you're basically repping like like ace 3 plus or something, ace 10 plus rather probably. And then your bluffs are just draws, but don't want to check the side.
Okay, so we do get a call. And then on the Queen of Clubs river, he does it again. Prodigy jams for multiple times the pot. SPR is
so
over
now
2.
freeze is probably still beating value, or like it's possible enough I wouldn't fold pocket freeze, because so one might have exactly deuces. Like I don't think his 10 is worth a shove anymore, right? But maybe, but yeah, even pocket deuces isn't so clear.
Also, there is meant to be bluffs always in this type of line, right?
Yeah, of course.
So
But
what
like,
are the main
I'm
bluffs
just saying
here?
if he have like a bluff catcher, or if there's any chance we're beating value here.
Okay. Yeah.
I would assume that like Owen isn't supposed to shove pocket deuces here, so pocket freeze is just a catcher. There's still a lot of SPR behind, right?
Yeah. Duty has 8.4k and there is 3.5 in the middle.
I can't make up my mind. I'm pretty sure his 10 is too thin and deuces, then I'm not sure. I'd probably lean towards just calling pocket freeze to call a bit more linear. Or like I have explained this like so many times already, but I just like calling a bit more linear.
Yeah. Keep It Cool says this is kind of straight on nothing now, almost. Yeah. Would Prodigy have played? I mean, it's only one combo, but let's say he had King Jack of Hearts. Would he do this huge overbet on the turn? But that doesn't make sense.
Probably not.
And there's a big pot, by the way, going on the left. We're gonna have a fold pot bet cat running hot.
We can take a look at it after this one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there's that much more to say. I wonder how long that it took to call it off.
What are the main bluffs then from Prodigy on this run out?
Just some misdraw, hopefully without a high heart. So anything that you were bluffing on turn that doesn't have a high heart that blocks auto folds. By auto folds, I just mean like Duddy's own flush draws that you're floating turn and now we just have like a very easy fold against any bet. As long as you're unblocking those, I think it's reasonable. So like some low flush draws, or yeah, he's probably allowed to take some random 4x, 5x on turn. Something like 5-6 or something. 5-6 seems very reasonable, for example. To follow up here.
And yeah, we do get a call, and Prodigy at the 4-8 of clubs. So he blocked the flop straight. Unblock the hearts.
I mean, probably not an unreasonable line to take.
Do you think that, like, so this type of hand, like, I look at this and I'm like, would you do this with many fours? And then if so, aren't you overdoing it potentially? Or is that it's all about knowing the frequency and, you know, keeping it balanced, I guess, with your fours? Because you can have a decent amount of fours there, right?
What sizing did the open pre? Was it like small? I think it was like a small open, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2.2, right? Let me see. Yeah, 2.2.
Right. So Owen still has 4-5 offsuit here in that case.
Yeah.
Which means he has like 12 extra combos of 4-5. So he's actually repping quite decent here. And then he's probably going wider than a straight. Sure about that. He might be, yeah. I know, I feel so stupid when I don't know a threshold like this, but I genuinely feel like it should be quite close.
Okay.
But yeah, if he's taking every single 4, every single 5 like this, with like even with like a small kicker, he's probably slightly overdoing it, right?
So then
he might just be RNGing. He might have like a different size on the river as well, and he's just RNGing which one to bluff.
But then that's my question. How do you not overdo it here? How do you, like, what rules do you implement to make sure you don't do this too much?
Well, that's what I mean by RNG. Owen probably just has a program where he clicks a number and it gives him a randomly generated number between 1 and 100. So
yeah, but then
he probably
you still
controls his frequencies that way.
You still need to remember the frequency. Well, I guess like you ballpark it, right? You don't have to get it precisely as long as you have somewhat of an idea.
Like, if you're RNGing, it's usually because you don't really have too big of a read which way your opponent is leaning. So
So you do 50 and 50, you mean?
There's no reason to be. Yeah, I mean, if you're RNGing, it's usually because you don't have a read. Like, it's possible that he did it pure, right? Like, maybe there is something about the spot that makes him think that Duddy is over folding, and then he obviously wouldn't RNG, right? He would just do it pure.
Yeah.
But if he's RNGing, it's usually a sign that he's not trying to make money playing this hand, or like he's not desperate to make EV from this particular hand. He just wants to play it like reasonably well. And then like, does it matter if he RNGs to 50-50 or to like 70-30 or something like that? Like, as long as there's some mixing, I think it's fine.
Okay. All right, let's see the other hand that happened at the other table. With Mr. Potbetcat, who seems to be running pretty hot. So this was an open low jack TaxHere, 2.2x, Potbetcat 3 bets, 7.5 in the hijack. We get a call, ace, 6-3, 2 spades, 1 club. And quarter pots, Kevin check raises to the exact same amount as the pot. We get a call, 5 of diamonds on the turn. And he bets, is that 75%-ish?
So he's just repping ace-king or better here, basically. From these positions, he has ace-king almost pure, or like very high frequency of ace-king, especially offsuit. Then obviously he has a set that makes it in there as well.
On the river, he ends up
This
checking.
deep, he's not even trying to stack off. Yeah, like this deep, he's not even trying to stack off ace-king. But check is kind of just a give-up, though, it feels like. Because he's not really repping much with checking. Maybe ace-king is not even worth a block anymore, actually, so then you would want to protect the checking range because ace-king is in there. If this was like...
How does it change, by the way, this type of hand being like 240 big blinds deep? Like you mentioned, he has ace-king. Like, does he have ace-king even more so in this scenario? When we're this deep, there's less incentive to 4-bet?
Yeah. Like, your 4-betting range is even tighter. And it's basically just centered around aces. Like, even kings is probably a low frequency bet. So if your 4-bet is just aces, then obviously everything else is flattening more. Or betting less.
Yeah, he bets turn, 7 of spades on the river. I can see how like this is like a, let's say he has like ace-king. You just kind of vomit on this run out because he's putting like 4-liner and brings the flush in as well. And yeah, he checks, gets jammed on, and ends up folding. This was an overbet too, right?
Yeah, I can't make up my mind if ace-king is worth a block here. It probably is, and then the checking range is just give-ups, because you don't really have anything to protect in your checking range if you're not checking ace-king. Which I'm not saying that it's unreasonable to check ace-king, but...
Yeah.
Unless you are, then once you check, you will just be folding like 100% or close to it.
He ended up folding to the ace-high flush. Potbetcat running hot. If Kevin did have ace-king, this is pretty sick, actually. Would be an amazing fold. I did see a couple other hands. Let me try and find them specifically.
Someone in chat informed us that he doesn't have his king here. Thank you, chat. Much appreciated.
Hey, be nice to the viewers. What is wrong with you, man?
Sorry.
All right, Sonamu opens the button. We're 135 big blinds deep. And he opens 2.5x. We get a 3-bet in the big blinds by TaxHere, 12 big blinds. He calls. Ace Jack 5 rainbow. Continue for quarter and a call. 6 of spades on the turn. Continue 2,700 into 37. And another call. And then river SPR1. We get a jam by Mr. TaxHere on the king of diamonds. And yeah, ill-timed call with 2 pair versus 2 pair. Any thoughts on this one?
I mean, Kevin just had a very straightforward hand, I feel like.
King Jack, you're
just
bluff
went for
catching,
the
right?
obvious line. Yes. Yeah, you are.
Because you're losing to ace
I
five.
can't think of anything you beat.
Yeah.
Yeah, ace queen is definitely too thin to shove. Like ace queen might be like blockable on river here.
Yeah.
Definitely feels like an overplay to shove it, so king jack is just a catcher. Is it a good catcher? Probably a reasonable one. Like you're blocking a lot of better 2-pair here. And sets. I know. Would you rather call this than king queen, king 10? I feel like either both are indifferent or this is better. Like, definitely a very reasonable call down. But yeah, it does feel just indifferent.
Yeah, so Kevin winning a big hand here. Maybe he's getting closer to that rank 1 here in the leaderboards. And I saw another one. Let me find it. Okay. Do you know who Jerry Wu is? By any chance? You there?
Yeah, I was saying no idea.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you. Okay, wait, like this is... So we're going to look at this hand from the POV of... Actually, wait, there was 2 hands in a row. That seems... We need to have a look at... So Jerry Wu, he was playing for a little bit. That was on the right-hand side table. And he lost some hands, and he actually dropped to below 100 big blinds. And he didn't have auto-reload on. And then came this hand, where flushy opens...
Oh, it's Ben Affleck. Someone in the chat says.
Ben Affleck? Okay. So flushy opens cut off 2 big blinds, and then Jerry Wu... Juan Roman 3-bets the button to 7 big blinds, and Jerry Wu is in the small blind, and he called min 4, and he starts the hand.
Yeah, not quite min, but it does seem like a small side. Oh, he's very short.
Yeah, he's very short. He's got 74 bigs. Yeah, so proportionally, it's a small call for.
To me, anything below 100 BB is short stacked.
Okay, so yeah, 7 BBs and then 16.5. And flushy folds, Juan calls, we head to king 5-3 rainbow. Jerry bets small, Juan folds. Pocket jig it is.
Yeah, probably just probably just range betting flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he can actually fold pre-flop, I think, with pocket jacks, facing a free bet on a small blind. But on flop, yeah, king high boards are generally very advantageous, and you just range bet them.
So thanks to these hands, Jerry Wu now has, I think, 94 bigs, I believe. And then comes this hand. Duty as ace king of suits under the gun. He opens to 2.2x. And Jerry with 3-bets the button to 7 big blinds. Given, everything that we know here, are you more inclined to call or 4-bet?
Knowing about what?
Well, that maybe Jerry is a recreational and he had a broken stack.
Well, in that case, you basically just 4-bet more linear. So you 4-bet bluff less and you 4-bet for value slightly wider against recreationals.
Okay.
Yeah, beyond that would depend on any specific reads.
What would be the pros of just calling here? If you think he's aggro, I guess, and he's gonna go wild.
I mean, there isn't anything in particular.
Yeah.
You just call because some hands want to call, right?
Yeah, but with ace king specifically.
Oh, Dodi has ace king?
Yeah, I said he has ace king off.
Oh, so I mean, ace king off is a little. It's mostly supposed to just call.
Okay.
From these positions,
Why?
like it's just not really strong enough to normal 4-bet. Like the times you're 4-betting, you're usually 4-bet shoving, and if he might be a recreational, you generally want to play post flop, so you don't want to shove and just like end the action and not realize your edge. Of course, I have no idea if he's actually a recreational. I don't know who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically ace king offsuit is just not really strong enough to 4-bet for value, so you just flat.
Really, even against button. So how does that work exactly? So what positions are we talking?
Yeah, but it's low jack open, right?
Yeah, low jack versus button.
Yeah, I mean there's a reason why I'm such a hater of low jack. Like the ranges are just absurdly tight.
Make the tables 5-handed.
Absurdly tight. Not even 5-handed, like even the 4-handed, in my opinion, is a bit pushing it.
Let's just play heads up. You know what? Like screw this ring game thing.
Yeah, I was saying today, heads up is the purest form of poker, followed by 3 max, then 4 max, then 5 max, and then 6 max just sucks.
I take it you don't want to play those World Series 10-handed tables, eh?
Oh Jesus Christ! I would fall asleep.
All right, so we do get a call this time with the ace king off from Duty, and we head to ace jack 4 rainbow. He checks. We get a small bet from Jerry, and he calls.
Yeah. Again, seems reasonable to range bet this board. Yeah, range bet, go from there. Never unreasonable way to play.
And then queen of hearts on the turn. Duty checks. Jerry now bets bigger. Any thoughts here with you?
Jerry has very reggy sizings. He looks like a reg from the way he sizes.
A reg that was one tabling and with the broken stack?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't have money in the account.
Okay, so he does bet, yeah. And so if you're with ace king here, is there no concern about? I guess like there's not too many bad cards river, right? Like a 10 gives you a straight, like aces gives you trips.
I mean, you're barely beating value, but you have to continue, right? You have like extra gut shots. You go with your top pair, and then you might be chopping the value still. So ace king doesn't have a decision here yet.
So he calls river king. and Duty checks, Jerry jams. And does this type of spot actually, does this type of spot come down to now, like you're beat by 10, and like you try to evaluate how many 10s would have 3-bet you and then taken this whole line?
No, I think it's ace king plus, right? Like you can go wider than a 10 here. Because like Duddy himself doesn't really have a lot of 10x, right? Mostly he's folding like one of the previous trees with a 10. Maybe he's folding flop, maybe turn, maybe pre-flop, right? But he just doesn't arrive to river with very many 10x. So I definitely think Jerry can go wider than 10x. I'm thinking if ace king is strong enough, or you need a set, and I'm not sure. Ace king feels just close. Probably need a set, I would guess, like jacks or queens plus.
And so
but yeah, like the way I would look at it, if Jerry has like a bluff here, he's always following up. The question is, does he arrive to river with enough bluffs, right?
Yeah.
And I guess you could think like, what's the bottom of his value range? Is he shoving like jacks here? Is he shoving ace king? But other than that, like mainly the decision should be based like for me, I would base my decision mostly on what I am thinking about his turn barreling range and like pre-flop free betting range or whatever. Like, do you think he's taking any like very spicy barrels? Because it's very easy to run. It's very easy to want to follow off his river, but not be capable of doing it at a sufficient frequency just because you didn't barrel enough spewy hands on turn.
Yeah.
Or like you didn't even free bet them or something.
So yeah,
I assume that he called and he was good.
Yeah, he does end up calling, and he was up against 9-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, once you get to river, it seems like a no-brainer to shove 9-8 here to me.
But so this whole line with 9-8 of diamond, that's the thing on this runout?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem too unreasonable, right? Like, you have to barrel some of his hands to follow up and draws complete.
Yeah. I would think like the c-bet is okay, but then after that, it's like, yeah, no, I think I'm going to give up now. I didn't turn a diamond. If somebody called, they have a piece, obviously.
Position, yeah, so I told you this already, but in position, you get to make a lot more spewier barrels compared to being out of position. Because out of position, you need to contest you will be contested for your equity realization, right? When you have a draw, you kind of have to bet, because otherwise it's difficult to realize your equity for like a lot of draws. Like, it depends on the draw, but for many of them.
Yeah.
Whereas in position, you're like a lot more happy to check back a draw and just see a free river.
Okay.
So instead you get to barrel some more spewy hands. So yeah, like 9-8 seems not unreasonable to me.
All right. And there was a hand on the left-hand side a couple hands ago. Let me find that one. With, I think it was Kevin in the hands. You saw that one?
Which one?
On the left side. Okay, actually, I'll bring it up now. So Kevin has... Actually, no, we should do the other player. It would be more interesting. Dunkaroos has Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Spades in this one. So yeah, Kevin opens cutoff 2.2x. Dunkaroos defense big blind, Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Spades. Checks, faces half pot size, and he...
Wait, did you say Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Spades?
Yes.
Alright, okay.
So he check raises with the open ender. And then he gets clicked.
Basically, with a diamond, you check raise a lot. Without a diamond, you would probably mostly call. This is the way I sorted.
So the extra equity of the diamond is what makes you lean more towards check raising?
Yeah, it's also some like blockers to getting free bet. I think if you have like a diamond here, you block some combo draw, so you will get free bet a little less. So it's like a combination of things, but it's just like a very consistent thing you see in Solver, that like with a diamond you check raise significantly, the significantly higher frequency.
And what? So what
and
about
against
clicking?
this like 3-bet size, I wouldn't fold against the size.
What's the reasoning with this clicking that we've seen in some of the spots of re-raising? Like, what exactly is happening there?
I mean, he's just doing it for equity denial reasons, I would assume.
Yeah.
This puts Dunkaroos in a bit of an awkward spot with some hands. It's not like a very deep analysis, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's just kind of like how it works, right? You have a very good hand on a very dynamic board. You kind of want to.
But he's spot on.
Want to build a pot now.
Like here, he has Queen Jack,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
like you would think, oh, I check raise, and then he probably calls, and then it's like, oh, we see a turn. But now it's like he gets clicked on the Queen Jack. You're not thrilled.
And I think a lot of good players really like playing high frequency flop free bets as well, even when we're not super solver approved, because it's just extremely hard to play against. Like big blind is supposed to flat and then donk the most random of rivers, and like different rivers you have like different donk sizes, and it all has like EV implications. It's like an insanely complicated node to play, and you need to understand like some really first principle stuff about poker and about equity realization to get it right, which like no one does basically except like top like 5 guys or something. So yeah, there's a lot of reason to just play a high frequency free bet with all sorts of hands and just kind of trust big blind to fuck up.
Okay.
Right, like we're supposed to, like Dunkaroos is supposed to 4-bet small here a lot, I think. He's supposed to flat and then donk a lot. He's supposed to fight back in like so many ways. Okay, see, like he does find a donk, which is quite cute.
You like that?
Yeah. I'm not even sure what sizings he's supposed to use and stuff. But I kind of want to run it in my sims. I would definitely assume that there is some donking on basically all draw completes.
Yeah.
Like not all draw completes. It depends. Like maybe not some straight completes, but at least on flush completes, this seems very reasonable.
And then like river is what looks like a harmless 3 of clubs after Kevin calls on the turn, and Dunkaroo jams for pots. So like if you're here on the river as Kevin, then what are you thinking with your whole range? This is kind of like such an unconventional line. So what are you calling comfortably? What are you cycling? What are you folding? I'll be out back 2 minutes, by the way, but I'll be able to hear you.
It's very difficult to think about these spots in practice, because most spots in poker, you sort of tend to have like reasonable intuition for it just from playing. But when you play like a unicorn spot like this, there's no intuition. You need to think from a first principles. So it's very difficult to give any insight into this, because you get this in game and you're kind of like scrambling to have ideas, you know. But yeah, I mean, you can always just default to calling off reasonable combos, and reasonable combos are just gonna be anything basically with a good diamond blocker. So like, for example, if you have aces, although we probably wouldn't have aces, if you have like kings, you'd probably rather call with like a diamond. But actually, it's hard. It's hard to have kings without a diamond here. Yeah, this is kind of weird.
Yeah. On the river, is it ever really a consideration? Like it's pretty much pots, the jam. So it's like, oh, I just have to be good 1 time out of 3. Like, was that calculated much earlier in the hand, or it's still like on the river, you're still like doing those math?
Like how often you need to be good? Like I don't really
Yeah.
do those calculations in general. It just comes to I have like some vague intuition of how often I'm supposed to catch. So like here I would say so like the way I would approach it is so if I have a flush, I'm just snapping it off, right? Like a flush either beats value, or even if it doesn't beat value, it didn't beat value, like it would have insane blockers, like double blocking a flush. So you would never fold it. But I do think like any flush Kevin would have here, it can beat value kind of.
Yeah.
And then once you have something that's an actual catcher, so like any pair, it feels kind of 50-50 to me with this SPR. So you just kind of like take good calling combos, which as I said, it's mostly you want a diamond. So yeah, you probably want to go slightly non-linear, and you'd rather call like an overpair with a diamond over like tens or nines or even a straight. But yeah, like if you have any of those hands, you're just a very big blender.
And yeah, we did have Kevin with 8-6 of diamonds. So he flopped a gut shots, which he got a bottom straight on the turn, but he had a flush draw all along, and which he made on the turn when Dunkaroos picked the wrong timing to go for the aggressive line. With Queen Jack here, is that a line that's you like, the one that he took of donking the turn and then jamming the river?
Yeah, it seems very, very reasonable.
Yeah.
Like there's other stuff he could do, but I don't see why this combo has anything bad going for it, you know? Like on turn, this is exactly the amount of equity you want to donk. Because again, if you check and you face a bet, then your hand is like kind of indifferent, it feels like, right? With Queen of Diamonds especially, it feels like if you check, then Kevin probably blocks, and you check call, like, or like you check the side and you're in a world of pain, right? So those are exactly the hands you want to bet yourself. So yeah, on turn it seems reasonable, and then on river you could definitely give up. I will say that, like you can very easily give us up, but at some frequency it's okay to follow up as well. So yeah.
Yeah, Kevin absolutely cooking. I see him shipping stacks left and right on every table. He just had one on at the other table here on the left, where he flopped
Okay,
a
I ran
set.
with sim by the way for that. Sorry, like one last thing about the last hand. And Vera is supposed to be donking, but Solver really wants to play a split for donks. It wants to play a block, but it also wants to shove, but it doesn't want to play B70 donk. So yeah, that's exactly what I mean. That like, it's very very tough to play against these fluff free bets. You need to find not only like a donk, but like ideally you would be finding some sort of like donk for a split, which like no one will do.
Yeah.
Or like very few people will do, you know.
Yeah.
And then on river, the way this works is that on bricks, Dunkaroos is not supposed to follow up at a very high frequency, which I'm sure he knows. But 4 flush rivers are very good for him, and he practically gets to follow up range if a river comes 4 flush. So like that's the way it like works out. Where on bricks you're just a little bit more tame, and once you get a 4 flush, you can go a bit crazy.
Got it. Great breakdown once again. And I don't know if you saw this hand, but I mean, it seems straightforward. Raise from Dunkaroos. Kevin defends 8s in the small blinds. We go multi-way to ace 8-4. Dunkaroos has ace king off, fires, call. And then Kevin check raises turn. You know, they told me it's always the nuts when somebody check raises turn. It's good to see that even in the high stakes, it's still very true.
And Kevin has 8s, right?
Yeah. Oh, actually, it's very interesting. He blocks a river and he gets jammed on a flush completing card.
And Dunkaroos had ace king with like a heart, right?
Yeah, he has the king of hearts, but Kevin not having it.
Yeah.
He's making the call. I guess he knows Dunkaroo is a very capable player that will make this call.
King of Hearts is probably better than Ace of Hearts. Yeah, so like for Kevin, he blocks river because that's what his hand is worth on river. And then he calls off because I guess he assumed that Dunkaroos finds enough bluffs or like too many bluffs or whatever. But like intuitively, Ace King with King of Hearts feels like very, very good to me here. Like definitely doesn't feel like overdoing it. Although he is repping like relatively thin range. Because like from the hijack, most of the flush most of the flush draws that he will have that he's opening pre-flop are not flush draws. But if he has ace 5 of hearts, he's obviously not overbetting turn, right? So for the most part, he has either like ace king, ace jack of hearts exactly, or he has like non-nut flush here. Which like obviously like you still get to jam like a king high flush here. But like there are just so few combos of that like if you actually count the number of value combos he has, it's really not many. To the point where just taking ace king with a king of hearts, assuming he didn't fold turn with his hand like ever, which he like definitely should sometimes, right? Like on turn his hand is definitely supposed to just mix fold sometimes. But if he didn't, and he just has like 3 pure combos of bluffs, that already might be overdoing it. But yeah, like no idea what we're thinking, just like the way I would approach the spot. We can't hear you, Johan, by the way, if you're saying
Oh, I was
anything.
talking the whole time. Oh my god, yeah, my bad. Yeah, I was saying I'm.
At least I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm muted. Yeah, I was saying I'm very excited for the latest update. Actually, like that's gonna happen tomorrow morning because now I see Kevin cooking on some tables, so it makes me very curious if maybe we can get like a super close race because while he's closed the gap with Davy losing and Kevin winning a little, it's still 8 binds difference between first and second, which of course like it's not 30 or 20 binds, but still it is decently sizable. So he might be closing the gap here. I see him on one of the tables. He has 61k, and on another he has 33k. So
yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of time to go.
He has 51k at another one too. He's definitely up to there, I would guess.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm rooting for a fight at the end, right?
Yeah. Who is Spotbet Cats? That's a Japanese player based in Macau who likes heads up and whose little sister drew his avatar and logo that he uses.
Basically, he's my favorite player ever.
He has some YouTube videos. I didn't quite check them. Wait, actually, I'll try to see what they're like. Because his Twitter links to YouTube. I'm legitimately curious now. Actually, I'll give him a follow as well. There you go, sir. So he has like his latest video is 36 minutes. Oh my god, wait, what? Okay, I need to show this on stream. If you thought you were fine, wait until you see this. Well, actually, wait, I need to proof it first, just to make sure. Wait, it's not about poker at all, these videos. He's just like reviewing some photo or something. I don't know what he's doing, but the frame is different. Okay, yeah, no. At the start of the video, you see he's like wearing a gold chain and he has like a gold watch. This guy looks like the coolest dude, and he has a Versace jacket. This guy is incredible.
Oh my god, he's actually like my favorite human. Look at him. He's so cool. He's the coolest man I have ever seen.
Now I'm really curious, what is the video about? He's just like reviewing fashion trends or something. I don't know. That's amazing. Actually, I was expecting some sort of poker blog, but that's not what it is.
Not bad cat.
Scan the chat says, okay, I'm rooting for this guy. Everybody is now. Jerry in a hand here with Dunkaroos. And ooh, we're gonna have a bunch of clicking happening on Queen Deuce Deuce. In what I'm guessing is a 3-bet pot. Wait, was that check raise? Re-raise? What? Learning Japanese so I can watch his video, BRB.
Seems like it, yeah. Quite an ambitious free bet. Maybe it's a thing?
Wow. Oh my god, that's... Okay. Some gangster stuff just happened, guys.
I guess he just really didn't believe in the check raise.
So, 2.5x open on the cutoff, Dunkaroos. Jerry with 3 bets to 8 bigs. On the button, we get a call. Queen Deuce Deuce. Dunkaroos checks. We get a 30% bet. And he check raises. And he gets clicked by Jerry. Dunkaroos calls. Checks. And then on the turn... That's very interesting. I feel like in lower stakes here, like, you know, you have less than what's in the pot. We'd almost only ever see a jam if any sort of bet happens after the line that was taken. But here, you bet small.
I never understand why people are so anxious to get the money in. Jerry is
because we have no clue how to play.
Here, right? Yeah, but wait, think about it like very simply. Like Jerry is repping ace queen plus. How does that get outdrawn? Right? There's so you have ace queen, kings, and aces. There's always at most like 3 overcards that can come. Which is like 6% of the time you get like outdrawn kind of. Of course, like a flush can come or something, right? But it's not like a flush is like super excited to just check call here versus the sizing either. So yeah, like you're just repping like a pretty invulnerable value range. So there's no reason to just get it in one street when you can do it in 2, and make like him more indifferent and carry more bluffs.
But what about like let's say you have an overpair to the boards without a diamond?
I mean, it still feels like an overkill because it's a very static board, right? It's a very static board. It's like queen deuce deuce.
Yeah.
Very like no straight draws basically, and yeah, it's like a paired board. So I just wouldn't play shoves on turn here. I would play some smaller sizing.
So he does get a fall through, and ace jack with the ace of diamonds. Mamma mia, this guy came here to play. I love it. Sorry, Potbet Cat, we got a new favorite player already.
I'm not sure if this is that out of line because it does just feel close against the check raise. And then if you have a free betting range, you just want to take one of those close hands, right? Yeah, he just has like a diamond blocker, which is very good. I'm not sure if he's supposed to play free bets on the flop at all, but if he does, I think this is a very reasonable hand to put in there.
sick stuff. I didn't exactly see what happened.
Any more hands lined up?
No, I mean, I'm trying to focus on the one, like, otherwise it goes too quick. Like there was a time earlier where I had like 4 in queue and I was like, okay, this is like too much. Then I'm always looking at tables and I can't really hear very well or like focus on what's being said. So I'm trying to limit. Yeah, right now we just have this one that just happened.
We need to enlist chat's help to.
Yeah, no, they always say
keep
already.
track of interesting hands.
They always say.
Yeah, we did, but we need to do it more. We need to work harder.
So this is a 3-bet small blind versus low jack and flushy calls. Half pot size on 10-8-3. He calls again, jack of clubs. And another bet, this time bigger. Call 6 of hearts on the river, Dunkaroos. This time goes for third pots and flushy jams. And gets it through with the nut blocker, ace of hearts. Interesting call on the turn, right? Is it?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've seen Dunkaroos win a pot today, but somehow he has like seven buy-ins on the table.
He's flying under the radar. He's doing some image building every time he knows he's going to be on stream. Then he gets paid in other spots. But yeah, so on the turn, like obviously on the flop, the bet is, I mean, it's half pot, yeah, but you have like the 2 highest overs and backdoor flush draw. But then on the turn, with it being a jack here, if I had ace king, I would kind of hate this personally against the big bets. So do you think like he's just able to say, okay, on any heart river, I'm able to steal this pot away as well, like a lot of the time?
Is that why he had ace king?
Yeah, he had ace king with the ace of hearts.
Oh,
and like we're deeper than
it just seems
100 bigs.
It just seems like the correct amount of equity to bet out of position with ace of hearts.
No, Asian flushy as ace king with the ace of hearts.
Yeah, like in that case, like he kind of has to float with like a backdoor to not flush.
Yeah, but on the turn he doesn't have a flush draw anymore, right? He just has the blocker.
Yeah, but he has a gutshot. See, like he had a little something on the flop. Now he has like a little something on the turn. It's not so easy to fold those hands.
Okay.
Not saying he can't, but
yeah. But do you think like so he's already factored in that on most hot rivers he's gonna have the blocker to the nut flush and he's gonna take the pot away whenever needed?
Yeah, it's probably supposed to be like a positive EV bluff on flush completing rivers.
Yeah. Because for me, if I had ace king here, like, and I got to this turn and somebody bet big, I would be like, just, I hate my life. Why does my ace king never make anything? It just probably folds. Yeah, on a 6 of hearts, Dunkaroos bet small. Mind you, we're very deep. Okay, like Dunkaroo has like 650 bigs.
Yeah, we are
like,
very, very deep.
This is a monster jam here. 3.2k into 26k.
He is a fearless guy.
That would have been like a 60k pot if Dunkaroos called.
Yeah, it would have. Pretty crazy. Like a bluff for 300 blinds. More than 300 deep and it goes in. And it's a bluff. Yeah, I get the feeling this is not a lot of money for Flushy though.
Yeah.
It feels like, if anything, this is not enough for him, you know?
Very sick. I see Limitless at some of the tables, but only the... Oh, no, actually, wait, no, he's here on the left side, too. So he joined a bunch of tables, including this one show table. So where are you based these days? You're in Europe, right?
I'm currently in Vietnam,
Oh
but I'm
wow!
gonna come back to Europe soon for Christmas.
But for a vacation or?
Uh, I mean, kind of, I guess. I don't know. Like my entire life is a vacation, kind of. Uh, I don't think vacation makes sense for me because I just go wherever I feel like, kind of.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, we'll probably stay for like a month or something in Lithuania. Don't want to like spend the entire winter there when it's like freezing.
Yeah.
Like the
Actually,
place I'm now in is like deep in the mountains, and it's like +16 here, and it already feels freezing to me. I
really?
kind of want to go back to some like beach city. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I know in Lithuania it's gonna be way worse.
I've never been to Vietnam, but I love Vietnamese food, so definitely someday I need to go.
Yeah, the food is quite nice. It's also very healthy. I wouldn't rate it super highly in terms of taste. Like some of it I would, but like for me, what makes it great is like it's very healthy, right? It's
Yeah.
like the least obese country in the world, I think, or something. There's some crazy stats about it.
What's your
Um,
favorite things to get?
I get a banh mi almost every day, with like salt coffee. I love a coffee here because we use like different beans that are less bitter, and I enjoy it more.
Okay.
Then
You like
I don't know,
sweets?
I like buncha. No, 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 not. Well, I
Not
like
sweet,
sweet
just
stuff,
not
but
bitter.
I just don't like bitter stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I don't like bitter stuff.
Yeah.
So like Arabica coffee is not that nice
You
to
know, I
me.
feel like I'm about to say something
Um,
criminal. I don't think I've ever had a banh mi actually. Or at least I don't remember. And
really?
I've heard so much about it. You know what? I need to find some banh mi to try, like either like tonight or
Yeah,
tomorrow. I'm
yeah,
sure
you do, you do.
even in Vienna I could find. There's some proper Vietnamese places here, but usually I would just get pho when I go there.
Yeah, I'm not actually too much of a fan of pho. It's a bit too like bland for me. I like
Really?
more like the spicy Asian,
Have you
like the
tried a
sour
lot?
and like the spicy Asian soups.
Yeah.
Yeah, 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 I have. I've had like so many because we sell it like everywhere here, right? And it's like very cheap and healthy and convenient. I still eat it sometimes, but I'm not like a huge fan.
Yeah. And Visual Mix says, is Limitless Victor? Yes, I believe so. And DBNE says, Vietnam top 3 country for food. Sakura, I'm just naming two words. Vietnamese things, though. Ban me overrated. Whoa.
Wait, what the fuck do you mean tourist Vietnamese? Like you can go like literally anywhere in Vietnam where like no one speaks English. They will stare at you like an animal in the zoo because you're white, because we have never seen a white person, and there will be like 20 carts selling banh mi. It's like by far like banh mi and pho are like the most common Vietnamese foods, I would say. Um, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what else.
You know what's crazy is that, like, growing up in France, whenever we would get Chinese food, very often it would be like spring rolls, but like the names, like the Vietnamese ones, and
Mm.
fried rice with, like, some meat and veggies, which this one is Chinese. But later I moved to China and then I traveled a lot through Asia and I experienced all foods. And I was like, why is it like when I was a kid, I always thought that the name and like spring roll, like the shajio or whatever, I always thought that was Chinese. And then later, like, you come to learn that, oh, it's actually Vietnamese.
Yeah, I think like a lot of countries have like their own version of it or something.
Yeah. But the one we
Because I
got
feel like
specifically, I think, was Vietnamese. Probably sold by Vietnamese.
yeah,
There's quite a
because
few Vietnamese people in France.
the Chinese ones definitely taste different.
Yeah. Nice to get Limitless in there.
I also wouldn't really agree that Vietnam is stuff free for food. Maybe if you're like really care for health. Um, there are some very good countries for food. Like I wouldn't put Vietnamese food like same level as like Japanese food, for example.
I think I wouldn't put Vietnam in my top 3, but I can see how somebody would put it in theirs. I think for sure, like Vietnamese food is really sick.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I would definitely, I would definitely put it in my top 10.
Yeah.
Like very, very comfortably. Like close to top 5, maybe.
All right, like we just saw something happen here. Dunkaroos opens cutoff. Kevin defends big blind, Jack 7-5. He continues big. And Kevin calls 7 of hearts, both pairs on the turn. Kevin dunks small. We get another call, Jack on the river. Kevin bets 75% and Dunkaroos clicks. Kevin folds. Dunkaroos has 9-6 of hearts.
9-6 of hearts. Yeah, I mean, I guess he collects to up a jack and somehow got it through. I guess nice play. I don't know.
So, like, what exactly happened? Like, does it just come down to who has more jacks and he can make a bunch of hands fold from Kevin?
I feel like you're thinking about range advantage a bit too much, in the sense that it's not always who has like more jack X. It's like both players will have a jack sometimes, and Dunkaroos will have a jack sometimes, right? And if he has a jack, he wants to raise, right? So
what are the more important things to think about
you
here?
have a bluff. Just think about what you rep, think about your range, and then try to match your bluffs to your value. And obviously, like, range advantage is kind of a thing, although it's like a very abstract term. And you can be like more specific about it. You can like subdivide it into like nut advantage and equity advantage or whatever. Yeah, like think about what kind of hands you have. If you have like if you have a little bit of Jack X, but you have a lot of like some weaker hand class, you would probably want to put some Jack X into like the smaller size as well. Just think about your range basically.
Okay.
And it's not like as black and white as like one guy just has a range advantage and he's putting money in, right? There's generally a lot of like nuance to it.
What if you're a low stakes player such as myself, who's not very well studied, and you have a hard time picturing your range? You can only think of very few hands out of all the hands that you might have. Is there a way to simplify the process?
It just comes to practice, right?
Yeah.
No, I think excessive simplification kind of just functions as an excuse to think less sometimes. Like, you need to accept that poker is gonna be a very, very hard game and there's no escaping it. You kind of, like, you obviously can simplify and you should simplify wherever possible. So, for example, with sizings, until a river, I wouldn't split ever. Like, on flops and turns, I would just play one sizing to simplify. But eventually, you need to somehow navigate to the correct pot size for your hand, right? So, you will have to make some uncomfortable decisions that you're not sure about. And with regards of like understanding your range and like understanding all the combos you could have and how prevalent they are, that just comes with practice, kind of. You just need to play a lot and to look at a lot of sims to train your intuition, I think.
Yeah.
For it.
Okay. The snapping click was a bit sus, though. I feel like he would think more with value. It feels like there's always multiple ways to interpret some of these timings.
Yeah, I mean, with regards to timings, the way I look at it is I don't want to say too much, but I will say like with a lot of the stuff, the freeze in general, for me it's binary. I either have a read or I don't. Either I have a read, that's something I have thought extensively about, I have spoken to people about it, and then I have a read, and whenever I spot it, I will commit to it. And I very rarely just invent something on the spot that I'm like unsure about. if I don't have a read, well, there's a reason why I put so much effort into just studying theory. Like, I'm very, very confident in approximating equilibrium at least somewhat well. So if I don't have a read, I still feel quite comfortable just playing normal poker, and I'm probably still winning some minor amount by just being somewhat more accurate than people I am playing.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. What's up, Dini in the chats? Some deep stacks. Yep. Xgenic definitely is. I think we have like 60k. Yeah, Kevin with 66k here. Dunkaroos at the big stack. Yeah, 60k on the other table. The display is so small, I can't see anything. What are you watching on, Marco Popolous? Are you watching on the phone? I try to compromise quite a bit. Like sometimes I'll full screen a table like this, but I think for people watching, oh my god, what a flop. For people watching on computer with like a proper monitor, you know, this feels overkill, like too big. So yeah, I kind of rotate from mostly 2 tables, sometimes 1. I try to show a little love to somebody watching on their phone on the road.
I think as long as it's not more than 2, it's good. I think 4 would be way too many.
Yeah.
2 is good.
Rigged in the mix. Let's see, maybe there's some more tables. Oh, actually there is. Oh my god. Like way more tables that started. Okay, let's see. Do we have more show tables? Okay, there is at least one more show.
Anyway, I'm kind of getting sleepy, so I think it's gonna be it for me today.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I can keep yapping about strategy for much longer. So yeah, hopefully people enjoyed listening to me.
I did.
And yeah, maybe I will come on like some different day.
Thank you very much for being on, and you're welcome back anytime. And if you have any shout outs or call outs, now is the time.
Not really. Actually, I do coaching if anyone is interested. I guess that's my shout out for today. So if you enjoy my kind of, if you enjoy listening to me talk strategy, don't hesitate to like DM me or something.
How can people find you?
Can you post my Discord and chat or something?
Is it just Sacram?
I closed it. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Anyway, been a pleasure, and see you next time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good night. Laters. Shout outs to Hierophant, aka Sacram, for hanging out with us. Very knowledgeable. And always a pleasure to have him on the stream. Yeah, I probably won't do a very long stream now because I expect I'll do one more later tonight, most likely. It's been very hard to guess this challenge, when exactly the games are going to be running, but now I'm starting to have a little bit of a better idea, although it's still a little bit inconsistent, I'd say. That was indeed a rigged deck. Yeah, his nickname never gets old for sure. Yes, he was dropping gems for low stakes peeps. Yeah, I think that's one of the big things about those streams, is that it does feel like we're learning a lot with what is being shared. Wait, I thought that was an all-in a second ago. Oh, Dunkaroos had a broken stack. Wait, what? I think maybe he has his bankroll, most of his bankroll on like... Let's see what he has on the other tables. 24, 17, and then 58. So that's like 80K on those 3 tables alone. And then on the last table, he had like 5K. So he might just have 85K-ish. Or maybe he has more tables with more bankroll. And then he actually dropped to a lower stack on that one table. So 2.5x open. Big blind defense by limitless. King 10-7 rainbow. Gets check raised. He calls queen on the turn. Limitless continues betting. Call jack on the river. So any ace or 9 is a straight. Check. Bet. And call and ace jack. He had it on the turn. Fortunate for limitless that, I mean, I say that, you know, I was going to say fortunate that Dunkaroos didn't have more, but I guess maybe if he has more and he jumps river, maybe he folds this 2 pair. You know, it's kind of hard to beat too much there. Wait, let me see Dunkaroos in the leaderboard. Oh, he is up. Like he was down 5K, and then yesterday he won 20K. So now he's up 15K. So you would think he has enough bankroll. Okay, should I try and look for a guest? I feel like that's the difficult part about being live at this time, is that it is much harder to find guests than in the evening. That's kind of what made me want to stream more in the evening, but in the evening there is also a break around 8 p.m. So let me have a look. If I can find somebody. Messaging some people. This dog might have to bluff King 10, King Jack. Yeah, actually, Limitless is losing to that too. But yeah, now here on the river, yeah, that's the thing, because Dunkaroos was not starting the hand with 100 big blinds, then it's less than what's in the pot by a decent margin. 3,400s when there is 45. Okay. Some players responded to me last time about having availabilities from like next week, so I made sure to take notes. For example, Enlight said from like the 25th. So for some players, I'll make sure to follow up later, but yeah, to find spontaneously, that was a little tricky. Oh god, I sent too many messages at once. Discord think I'm a bot now. Actually, this is useful because I'm messaging a lot of the guys that haven't necessarily been on yet. If you guys have suggestions for guests, by the way, I'm always all ears. If you have any suggestions or even feedback in general, make sure to share, please. Okay, I think I can't message any more people. Every time I message someone on Discord right now, it's asking me to complete a puzzle to prove I'm human. You might have to take a break from asking guests to come on. Play it smart. Okay, that's not someone in the challenge, right? Isn't Play It Smart like a YouTuber? I don't believe I have their contacts. So if you have that, please let me know. Okay, I think I may have found someone, one of the players from the Mid-Stakes Championship. Perhaps hang out with us a bit. I think yeah, this might be a good balance to do a stream like now in the afternoon and then have a break in the evening, eat dinner, and then come back later for another one. Gives me time to go to gym too. Where is Linus? Well, Linus unfortunately has not been doing too well in the challenge, and he hasn't played yesterday, so I'm not sure if he will return or if he's done with the challenge entirely for now, but yeah. Currently in last place with minus 185k. And he did even worse actual result-wise. So he ran under EV. Looks like 5.5 binds, so minus 240k after 15,000 hands. BB per 100 of minus 12.4. And he may be done. Lama did mention he thought Linus would grind on, but so far we haven't seen it. At least yesterday he didn't play, otherwise there'd be a number here next to his. Okay, I'll add him on Discord. Thank you, Kevin Angelo. He's one of Uri Peleg's coaches right now. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I reached out to Uri a couple times as well, and I'm guessing he must be very busy. Oh, actually, he answered 3 days ago, and he said that he'd do his best. And I sent a very long follow-up with all the updates to really give him a picture on everything. Yeah, I sent Uri a follow-up message. How long were they playing? Some huge stacks, multiple hours by now. Hello! How's he doing?
I'm good. Just woke up not too long ago. I think I might be out of my depth in these these games.
You're right where you belong, sir.
Yeah.
How much have you been following the challenge?
Not much, but I think I'll pull it up. See who's leading right now. Is it Davy still?
Yeah, still Davy. He did. I mean, at some point he has plus 300k, so he did go back down a little bit. He's at almost 230. And then Kevin been upswinging. He's at
Kevin's TaxHere, right?
Sorry?
Kevin is TaxHere, right?
Yeah. And then actually, like we probably you can watch on Twitch. I guess usually that's like where there is the list delay. We can see Jasamgale and Juan Roman in 3rd and 4th place. They had a huge day yesterday. 8 binds nearly for both of them.
Who's Juan Roman? Ever seen that name?
I don't think I have much info on him. Yeah. He's one of the ones where it's not very clear. I think he's a reg from another website, and somebody added that he's very good at heads up, no limits.
Oh, okay. And who's this shit confusing? Do we know? Okay, he just played 285 hands, so I guess not relevant.
Also, I don't have info on this one. And then, did you see Linus having troubles?
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw he was at the bottom of the list, but I mean, there's a lot of variance in this game.
Yeah.
It's rough. But it's then again, 15k ends. Like Muniz is not doing great. Marinelli is getting smashed as well.
I mean, yeah, these are not crazy loss rates, right? Like,
yeah, it's just poker. Like I don't think anybody's gonna doubt Linus or Marinelli just because of these results. I think it's that relevant.
No consideration from you to maybe hop in there?
Nope. I haven't played 5100 in a long time.
Have you been playing a lot recently, like since the mid stakes? Yeah, for the viewers who don't know, Smelly Maze was one of the players in the mid stakes championship.
I haven't played a lot. I mean, a little bit on WPT Global, just playing. It's a different game, like three blinds and antes. So, but I haven't been playing a lot of like normal 6-max games.
Yeah. Nowadays, you don't feel like you need to grind a lot necessarily. You're just gonna do it when you feel like it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've been set for a little while, but I mean, I don't know. I guess it's like I have sometimes these burst motivation to grind, and sometimes it's just like I'm taking like 2 months off, which wasn't the case back in the day. But I don't know. Nowadays, I don't know if it's lazy or just.
It's probably it's age, right? Like I think with age, like when you're 20 years old, like you you're ready to play 16 hours a day of whatever it is you like.
You're really hungry, yeah. You're hungry for these wins.
I don't think it's even necessarily just hunger. Like, it's not necessarily that simple. It's just like you're kind of tunnel visioned on what you really enjoy. Whereas like later in life, you see much more the big picture. You will prioritize completely different things, like especially if you have a family, but like, spending time outside suddenly becomes more important, having more life balance, exercising.
Yeah, more life balance, yeah, for sure, yeah. But it's just because it like feels like if you don't do that, your health goes down the drain really fast. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like a requirement, at least to me, because I've had issues.
We got Kevin jamming on the turn here. In what's maybe a 3-bet pot, not sure exactly.
Yeah, on the double flush board. Otherwise, I'm not sure he would jam that turn.
What are the man hands you can think of? Like, is there a heuristic around double flush draw boards where there is jams? Is it hands that need protection, and like how many bluffs are there in hand?
Well, it's just because like a lot of like pair and flush draws are forced to call like jams. Like if Dunkaroos has like, I don't know, ace 4 of spades, it's a snap call. Whereas if turn is a 3 of clubs and he has ace 4 of spades, then like it's not the same anymore. So like you just get called by a lot of like worse one pair type hands. Turn on double flush boards, so you can start jamming like top pair, top kickers, and over pairs. Well, in this case, it's like ace king and ace queen or something. But well, is it I missed like the action previously. Is the 4-bet pot or?
I didn't see. I'll replay it in a second.
Yeah, see, so he has like he has pair flush draw, and he just has to call. Even if he's not like thrilled about it.
Oh, and I think Dunkaroos, like he has like maybe a lot of his balance on other tables where he has big stacks, so he actually didn't end up rebuying on this one. He might have to. I guess I don't even know if it's allowed. Like he has a table here where he has 60k. Would he be allowed to lift that? Maybe not. He might just kind of be stuck with the big stacks.
I mean, what is there only? Are there only 2 tables running? Or I mean, yeah, I
No, but like
he can leave and just.
He has 4 tables, but then maybe like his whole roll spread out across the tables.
Yeah.
Actually, wait. I got a request to join, so I'll call. Actually, wait. I need to add him first. Then I will call again in a sec. Friends. And then yeah, you have to pick up again in a second.
Okay.
Hello. We got Peter joining us. Am I saying that right? Oh, I think maybe yeah. We cannot hear you yet, sir. Yeah, maybe try to fix the mic, and in the meantime, maybe I can ask Smelly Maze about this hand here that we just saw. So this was a limp in a small blind, raise in the big blinds. Okay, so limp raise by TaxHere and Dunkaroos calls. Ace 10 7. We got it.
It was a limp raise.
Okay. Yeah, limp raise. 75% on Ace 10 7 call. And then he just jams on the double flush draw boards.
Yeah, so like I said, he jams turn just because there's a bunch of pair plus flush draws on turn that just has to put it in against ace king.
If you're Dunkaroos here, you're just kind of trapped, and I mean, you're just kind of stuck in the situation, and you have to call.
Yeah. Too much equity. Yeah. Against range, like I think if he flips over his cards, I think we still have to call. So, would we assume he has some combo draws? Like very few, but still has some.
What would be the issue here with folding? Is that I guess there is bluffs that you have great equity against, or you just have too much equity?
You just make less money if you fold. You just gotta embrace the variance there. just higher EV call. It's not like it's not a zero EV thing. It's pretty somewhat close because we're like 8,700 into like 7,500, I think, which is.
And 7 outs, yeah, I said
So
Kevin.
you need. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think. Yeah, I just think it's quite close, but I think it's probably a call.
Okay. 7 out said Kevin run a huge bluff on PokerGo. Did you saw? Yeah, I did see. Or I heard about it, and then I saw some highlights or screen cap of it. Did you see that?
I did not know.
Oh, you need to see that hand. What do you mean you didn't? I see you 24/7 on Ben Abadbit's Discord. Surely that hand came up, and you weren't there in the discussion. No?
I've been mostly talking about like games.
Pluribus.
More so, yeah, Pluribus and like Path of Exile and stuff. Like a little bit of poker.
Yeah. It's funny because like sometimes the discussions are like purely poker in there, but then sometimes it just goes like completely in the different direction. But I like that Discord.
It's
Except for one guy.
He got banned.
No.
Yeah, he got banned. Yeah, yesterday.
Wait, really? What did he do? He said something outrageous, or?
Well, you said except for one guy. I'm guessing we're thinking about the same guy.
Yeah, the Shirashi guy.
Oh no,
Okay.
No. Okay, never mind.
Hey, what's up?
Hello. Can you hear us?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I think I fixed the audio.
Nice.
Should be good.
Welcome. How's it going?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, pleasure. I think it's the first time we've had you on the stream ever, so we'd love to check in with you and then maybe go over the leaderboard first and maybe get a bit of a life story, so to speak. Okay, it might sound like it's a lot, but
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wanted to join like for quite some time, but a lot of the streams were like in the middle of the night, so yeah, I just wasn't feeling it. On like already was about to go to bed and stuff like that. So yeah, it's nice to finally join for some chat.
Yeah, great to have you. Let's check the leaderboard and then see if you have any observations about it. We got Davy in the first place, TaxHere, and then Jasamgale, Juan Roman. We can see now on the leaderboards. Not sure if you saw it, but we see like the latest, like what happened yesterday. So they're upswinging both of them. Just the leaderboard, going over the leaderboard in general and the top positions. Anything that stands out to you and that you wanna share about?
Yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, it's pretty early days. Like, definitely, I would say some of the name like Davy and Kevin Pake are up there. Definitely the favorites. Silama, I see. Yeah, I think, I mean, a lot of strong players and not much hands played. So yeah, I don't give it too much weight, but it's fun to follow.
And then you specifically have played a little bit of volume, but nothing crazy, right? Just a bit of a 2K hands.
Yeah. I started with like I think I won like 4 to 5 buy-ins, but had some bad sessions last couple of days.
Well,
I mean, this time around, I'm definitely not sweating it. Just play whenever I feel like it for fun.
Yeah, yesterday you won like almost 4K in EV, very decent. Unfortunately, running a bit under EV result-wise, so it looks like 3 binds. Anything that stands out leaderboard-wise, right? There's so many big names, and they're spread out everywhere. Like we see Barak here, he's losing a little bit.
Yeah, I would say like what stands out is the LLinus being last, right? He's definitely not the guy that you would expect there, but yeah, I think it shows that like even the absolute best players can have like 20, 30 bind swings easily in this pool.
Do you think LLinus could slump, or is it just like purely variance? You think he's just always so solid and so good that there is no chance he was underperforming?
Well, I think the fact that he was playing like 12-hour sessions and every table definitely doesn't help your overall win rate. So I think that for sure has an effect, but yeah, I would say it's like a lot of it is just a variance. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
Do you think some guys might play a little differently just because you can see the cards when when you win a pot, like it's always like cards are shown, right? So I'm guessing some people might be altering their strategy a little bit just to.
Yeah, I think there is like a lot of different approaches you can take for the show tables. Like some people would play a little bit solid and just keep the spewing hands on the non-show tables. Some people, I think, just don't care at all. And I would say there is also a group of people who would possibly go even crazier on the show tables because they just like to play the dynamic and sort of like it's like a leveling game, right? Where you would sort of expect people not to punt as much, so they punt even harder. In some cases.
Yeah.
I personally, I definitely find it fun. Like it's definitely a fun dynamic.
I'm curious about your mindset going into both Cash Game World Championship, the last and this one, because in the last one I remember seeing your name as well. Unfortunately, you did play more volume, 20k hands, and didn't end up doing very well, unfortunately. But so what was your mindset going into the last one first, and then into this one?
I would say I'm a very competitive person, so being able to participate and play the best players in the world is definitely exciting. Like I wouldn't like consider myself being one of the favorites to win. So for me, it was just mostly for fun. Like I would say, like last time I played 20,000 hand, which I think is like borderline meaningless sample. So I don't know. I really don't take much credit to all those results because you can see like at the bottom there are some like super strong players that a lot of the like if you ask a lot of the pros, they would consider them like top 10 or like favorites to win. So
yeah,
kind of shows you there is like a massive variance. But yeah, for me it was mostly just have fun and compete with some of the best players.
Yeah, some names are legitimately inverted from one challenge to the other. Like Jasamgale here was second to last, and now he's third, for example.
Yeah.
So, and LLinus was one of the, where was he exactly? LLinus was third, and now he's last. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if this doesn't show you that, like, how much variance that is,
It's why when people were saying, "Oh, Prodigy is like the best in the world now," I'm like, well, I mean, he ran the best and he's very good, but like.
Oh, now you're a hater, eh?
No, I think there's just a lot of like best in the world. Like, there's a lot of like really good players, and I don't think you can like assign like maybe except LLinus because he's been around for so long, like crushing. But I'm not sure you can.
One thing I noticed last year is that people are extremely result oriented, even at the highest levels, where you would expect they will be more, like understanding the variance more. But yeah, I think it just belongs to poker. It is what it is. And yeah, I mean, I'm friends with Prodigy, and like he obviously like played incredibly well, right? Like I think he ran really hard, but he also played incredibly well. Like having a double-digit win rate is definitely very impressive.
Yeah.
So could I ask about you then, like your story? Like how long have you been playing poker? Like you don't have to be too in details. Like you saying your story sounds like you're gonna be talking for 15 years. But just curious, like when did you start poker and what was your rise through the stakes like?
Yeah, I think I actually discovered poker when I was like 16, which is pretty early, and since then I fell in love with the game and kind of played ever since. Like I'm 31 now, just for the context. And yeah, for like a lot of time I would be still in school, like in the high school at the time, and then college later. So it was more for a fun. I would kind of progress very slowly, get to like an L200. And yeah, when I finished with the university, I decided to go pro, and like it was at the time when I actually joined like I don't know if it's known, but I'm like part of the Gorilla stable, being coached by Uri and some other guys.
Yeah.
And yeah, since then I basically like working with the guys, I improved very quickly and went from like an 200 to playing some of the highest games on the internet, like playing up to 500, 1000 on GG in the VIP games. So over the last like 5-6 years, I kind of became like one of the, let's say, successful nose-beats players. So yeah, that would be like a short version of my story, I guess.
So your ascension was very fast then?
I mean, depends what you define fast. Like there are some people who improve quicker than me, but yeah, I think it's it's relatively fast.
All right. Would you like to go over some hands? And since it's the first time, I always like kind of want people like just make sure you never have to share anything you're not comfortable with. So if you want to talk about the hand from a purely theoretical standpoint, that's very welcome.
Yeah, sounds good.
And then we've been trying. I don't know if you just called the hand just now that happened, but ideally not. We've been trying to reveal one of the hands of the player and kind of going through the motions as their point of view instead of revealing both beforehand.
Okay.
So here we're going to be taking riggedeck, who's in the big blind with King Jack of suit. I will bring you up on the stream. 1 second, just make sure I see the suit and stack depth. So this is 100 big blinds deep, and he has King of diamonds, Jack of hearts. Bring it up now on the stream. So yeah, Llama opens under the gun 2.2x, rigged in the big blind with King Jack off. He calls.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the hand. Like I think you mentioned that it's quicker on the Twitch, right?
Yeah. I'll link you in the chat. Give me a second.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Right there. I think for me, but I'm in the same place that I'm streaming. For me, it's just 6 seconds, but I think for some people it might be more like 10, 15. Hopefully not too much.
Seems around like
I can see that now.
5-6 seconds on Twitch.
Yeah. So King Jack off for rigged defense. BB versus under the gun. King 10-5 rainbow. And we see a 40% pot size bet. So if you're here with, or like anything you want to mention in general, I was going to ask, like, if you're here with King Jack, what are you thinking? Is it strong enough to sometimes check raise, or are you just pure calling here against the sizing?
With what hand?
King Jack of suit.
King Jack of suit. Yeah, so this is under the gun versus big blind. I would say King Jack is just a very clear check call. Like it's a weak hand to check raise for value. So I would be just check calling that.
I think calling here pre is already kind of like bottom of the range, right? There's not too many more offsuit king that you're gonna call.
But you're not folding any? Oh, you mean offsuit, yeah. But like me.
I would say King 10 offsuit would be the bottom of the range, yeah. That's under the gun.
And then if you had King 10 offsuit now, how do you proceed? If you would have that, would you check raise or would you still check call as well?
Yeah, I would say that's a hand is definitely stronger to check raise and start piling some money in.
So we do see a call, and then on the 6 of hearts turn, rigged checks. And Llama now overbets. I struggle a lot with overbets because I'm a bad player and I haven't been playing that long, and I always I don't really understand what's happening. And in my stakes, it's a lot of very strong hands, but sometimes some draws. Like so here, maybe I would think of like Queen Jack, but then you as a very strong player, well, what do you see here theoretically?
Yeah, so I guess first of all, whenever the turn is a blank, I would say overbet is like very standard sizing, and like in these positions, it would be something like King Queen plus for value. And yeah, then obviously some bluffs, some open-ended straight draws, some gut shots, some spewy barrels.
Spewy barrels,
like a random ace. An overcard a king is a nice hand to have as a bluff, for example.
Okay, and against this, do you ever have any check raise against an overbet, or is it going to be pure calling?
Yeah, I would say there is not a ton of check raising, but if you improve to, let's say, pocket sixes or like a, yeah, I guess like the check raising range would be centered mainly around pocket sixes in this spot.
So we do see a call, and then Queen of Diamonds on the river, rigged checks, and things escalates to a next level here. Llama jams.
Yeah, definitely not a fun spot to be in with a one pair hand.
Is that like what?
Ace 4, something like that.
Is that a common line actually, like what Llama did, or is something fringe that you're not going to be seeing very often?
I would say it's pretty common. Like the queen is like definitely an advantageous card for the imposition player. Like he's the only player that actually has like ace jack and queen jack, jack nine specifically. So he has like a lot of unique combos that out of position player doesn't have. And for that reason, you basically can just jam and put a lot of pressure on the big blind, who is like sort of capped. So yeah, it's relatively
really annoying.
You can
as big
use
blind, though.
Sorry.
It's really annoying as big blind to face this. You just
it's
have
extremely
to
annoying, yeah. And like in equilibrium, you basically just RNG with a lot of the hands in the range, and King Jack would be one of those hands.
Yeah.
Smelly Maze, are you leaning more calling here or folding? Or like how do you break down this spot yourself? Like let's say if you were in this hand.
If I would like try to look for an exploit, I think I would. I mean, I think CLM is kind of out of line sometimes, but I think I would lean usually folding against most people. But I mean, if I'm against a really good player, I would probably like you said, like RNG some calls to not like get run over.
Yeah.
Well, like our best hand here is like King Queen, right? It's like the absolute top of our range there with the King Queen, which we would snap call. So I don't know, like if I have like King Jack or like King 9 suited, I guess. I don't know. Are we calling King 9 suited ever? I don't know.
I would say it might be just too weak to ever call.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the calling ranges are really tight because like you have the tightest position possible and you're facing a 2.5x shove.
Yeah. So you just gotta call like 10 or 12% or something. Wow. That's rough. You jammed aces? Wow.
Is he not meant to?
That is.
Is that a little thin?
I mean,
very thin.
It's very thin, yeah. Wow, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, it almost feels like I mean, if you jam aces in this spot, you're basically like expecting the big blind to fold two pair combos. It's basically like a semi bluff, you know.
I feel like it's disrespectful as hell.
He got paid, man. Max value.
That's a pretty sick hand.
Yeah. Llama.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah, I wonder if this is like actually like a theory thing where like it's like a so-called value bluff, right? Where you jam and you get called by some worse hand and you fold out some better hands.
Yeah, but like what better hand are you folding out? Like King 5?
I guess some of the two pairs, like let's say 10-6, like King 5, hands like that.
Yeah, 10-6, yeah. 5-6.
He's having a jack here, like goods to bluff cash because you block the backdoor. Oh, sorry, the straight.
Both straights, yeah. But I feel
like
having
a jack is pretty nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess like suits are not super relevant because
dude,
on the flop, they are. Yeah. He got paid, dude.
Yeah, but like, yeah, that's I don't know. It's mind is blown.
Max value.
Yeah, get wrecked. Rigged deck probably felt like pretty bad after this.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those hands where if you get called by like King 5, you feel like an idiot. But if this happens, you feel like a genius.
Yeah.
Shout out to Llama for having the balls.
For feeling like a genius now, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Is there any player that you've played with in this or in the previous Cash Game World Championship where you thought, okay, this guy is like, he's a goat, he's an absolute monster and like actually really hard to play? Or is it like multiple people? Because I feel like I have a video game background, and in video games, you play a lot of ladder game. It's like automated matchmaking. And there is always 2-3 people, sometimes one in particular, they're just your nemesis no matter what. So I'm curious if like in poker here, there is something similar.
Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I was playing the Nosebleeds games on GG pretty regularly, so I knew most of the strongest players, so I wasn't like, surprised because I play those guys like every day before. But yeah, I have to say, like, some of the names that like stand out to me from the first challenge, like obviously Prodigy, right? I think he definitely surprised everyone with how dominating he was. But I would say like one of the players that I probably like underestimated at the beginning, and he gained a lot of my respect, is riggedeck. I think he's definitely not easy to play against, and I would say another person who maybe stand out was like Kevin Paquet. Like just the amount of like how much he grind and just the fearlessness, being able to make crazy bluffs and big calls and just being completely fearless about it, and like constantly putting pressure on people. Yeah, it's definitely impressive.
And then do you have plans to play any more in the challenge, or you just kind of like every day you look at all of the games that you have access to and then kind of decide what you're going to play spontaneously?
Yeah, my goal is to just, whenever I feel like it, whenever I feel sharp, just, excited to play, I'm just gonna jump in and play. But yeah, I would say it's like unlikely I'm gonna like reach the 20k hand sample this year. So yeah, just planning a small volume basically.
Yeah, that would take a hell of a grind for sure. Do you feel like if you look at the leaderboards and the way Davy's been doing, like of course he finally had some days where it didn't go as well, but do you feel like with how he's playing and the position he's in currently, he's like a huge favorite to win, or not that big a favorite now that he went on a bit of a downswing, right? Because he had 300k before and now he's at 23 buy-ins in EV.
Yeah, I mean, he would be the person that I would bet on if I was forced to,
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say definitely Kevin. Second is, yeah, definitely one of the other favorites. I think Jasamgale is also extremely strong player. So yeah, I would say based on the current results and like the strength of the player, I would say Davy and Kevin and Yasam and like Silama, I guess, are in the contention at this moment. But I mean, you never know. Like, week later, it could be completely flipped.
Yeah. A lot could happen. Like we've seen some big swings. Actually, at the bottom of the leaderboard, we now see the best day that some players have had and the worst. And the best day was day 5, where Kevin won 14 buy-ins in EV. That's pretty sick.
That's insane.
Like if this happened to anyone now, they'd be like in contention legit.
Yeah, exactly.
And Davy, interestingly, he had the 3rd best day and the 5th. And the 7th, good lord. And he's just everywhere in this. So he had a lot of big days, but he also had one day where he lost 7 buy-ins. I guess he kind of makes up for it very well, since he's named everywhere on the other side. Let's see if we can spot some more hands to go back over. I'm glad we saw that Ace's hand. That was super interesting.
It was crazy hand.
It's good to see Flushy in there too. I feel like Flushy, if he gets like a really good day too, he would be in real contention.
Yeah, Flushy is definitely a wild card.
Do you think
it's hard to expect what he's gonna do, but he's definitely like very good and smart.
When looking at the prizes, like seeing that, second place is a bit under like 2 binds for this, fifth place is 1 bind, but the first place has the Rolex worth 3.5 binds. Do you feel like it's more about the prestige and like the Rolex as a trophy more so than like a monetary thing?
For most 100%. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like 35K is a lot of money, but it's also like a 3.5 binds. So it's like, it's not as exciting as the trophy, I would say.
Yeah.
And having the bragging rights to call yourself a champion.
The champ. Okay, seems like Doblu will be joining us as well on the call to say hello in a bit. I will invite him. Actually, I got a lot of response because I reached out to a lot of the players that hadn't been on yet. And actually, you messaged me, Peter. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I was just, I opened the stream and it looked like you are looking for a person. So I was like, all right, maybe now is the time to hop in.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Usually, like, you don't necessarily watch the stream super often, just here and there?
I think they're just very late for me,
Yeah.
Like I live in Europe, so I go to bed in 12 to 1 p.m. So if you start streaming around that time, I'm usually not around anymore.
And while you grind, what do you have? You have music, nothing, a stream, a movie? How do you do it usually?
No, I always take it pretty seriously. I don't even listen to music or anything.
Nothing?
No, not even music?
You just raw dog it?
No instrumental music or anything?
No, I tried a lot of things, but I always find it distracting. Yeah.
Okay.
And so what about, like, let's say you have a long session, you can still do that and not feel like, let's say, like boredom or something?
I mean, like I would feel bored if I, let's say, play like one table or something, but
yeah,
I'm always trying to like avoid playing long sessions as well. I'm the guy that likes to play like 3-4 hours and just call it a quit. I really hate playing long sessions.
So you do 1 3 to 4 hour session or multiple, like let's say like 2 of those, or like 3 short sessions? What do you think is the right thing for you?
Well, I guess it depends if it's in the championship or outside. Like whenever I feel like play normal games on ACR, let's say, I usually play like around 4 hours. Like that's my, let's say, average time of a session.
Yeah.
But then in the championship, I actually like to keep it kind of short, like 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, I always feel like above that, the quality of my play goes down. And yeah, I don't like that. I want to play like when I'm like in my A game.
Yeah. In the viewership for this, we often have, like low to mid stakes players that often ask, like, what is your advice, to evolve, to get better? Like, is there in your opinion some main things to do, like a blueprint? What should they be focusing on in terms of like how to study and what balance of studying to playing? Like, is there any chance you have any advice on that for anybody playing, let's say like No Limit 25 through to 200 to really level up and take their game to the next level?
Yeah, I would say I was like a lot of the time I was kind of a lone wolf, just sort of studying on myself, like looking at like run event videos and stuff like that. But when I joined the stable, I first actually hired like a coach, and then join a stable. And like at those times, I improved the most. So I would say that would be my advice, to just join a community, join a stable that's gonna have like great coaches and like a let's say good program or like protocols how to approach poker in general. I think that's very good. Yeah, just invest in yourself for sure. Like don't try to save money because coaches are expensive. Like it's gonna come back for sure.
Yeah. It does sound like everybody agrees like it's much harder to do this on your own. Like some people can do it, you know, if they lock themselves in the lab and like try hard enough, but improvement will be accelerated when working with other people for sure. That's consensus, I think.
Yeah. And unless you start actually talking to a lot of, you know, capable people who are around your level or better, you don't even realize like how much you are missing about the game, you know?
Yeah.
Like you don't know what you don't know, basically.
So what about balance of, let's say somebody has 20 hours in the week that they can dedicate to poker. What do you think is a good balance of playing versus studying? Or does it depend on like what stakes? Should they focus on studying first and then later try to apply what they've learned?
Like it depends what's your ambition, right? Like are you wanna be like poker pro, or are you wanna be the best player in the world? I don't know. Depends.
Yeah, I think for most low to mid stakes players, they just kind of want to level up without necessarily like saying, "Oh, I want to play in the next Cash Game World Championship high stakes." You know, like most people are realistic. They know like these things take time. But say somebody is playing like mid stakes currently and they want to reach high stakes, and what do you think would be the best thing to do for that?
Yeah, I guess first thing, as I said, would be to join some sort of stable. I guess in like today's, there is a lot of, I guess, good options out there. So I think that's something I would do.
Yeah.
And yeah, definitely you should dedicate like some portion of your time you have to studying, and you should be very consistent about it. Like you shouldn't just study when you are on the downswing and, you know, grind when you're running hard. Like that's not the approach. Like you should study consistently.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll invite Doblu if he's ready to join us. Do you know him, Peter?
Not much. I know he's like one of the high stakes player, but yeah, I don't know much about him.
Oh, there you go. Like new friendships will be made live on stream, perhaps. Hello, Doblu.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you doing, sir?
Good, and you?
Good. Did I say your nickname right?
Yeah, Doblo.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I was worried for a second. All right, welcome to the stream. Very nice to have you here. I believe it's the first time we've had you. Yeah, could you introduce yourself? Like anything you're willing to share? Like where you from? How long you've been playing for?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I love the streams, big fan. And I live in the US, in Florida. And I'm originally from Brazil, but I moved to the US to go to college. I played tennis in college, and then I married an American woman, and I'm still here now.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
You still play tennis?
Sometimes I retired now. I retired. I played for 4 years in college, but it wasn't like a big school or anything, so you guys wouldn't know. It was like a lower level school, but still, like it was very good experience to compete against other schools and at a scholarship, and it was fun. Yeah.
And well, then this begs the question: how did you start playing poker then?
Yeah, I started back in Brazil before I moved here. I played with my friends and a little bit online. And then I moved to the US. I kind of quit for like 2 years during college, and then I started playing again in like 2020 or 2019, I guess. And just online, made like a small deposit playing like NL5. And then I was able to just keep improving, keep playing every day a little bit. And by the end of school, for the last 2 years, I was playing 500. And so that was pretty fast. It was COVID. COVID helped too because games were really good. So I was able to run up a bankroll pretty quick.
And so actually, I was just asking Peter about this. Is like, well, how do you basically get from low stakes or mid stakes to higher stakes? Like, what worked for you, and what do you advise the viewers? Because we always get so many viewers from those stakes, and it seems like for the people that made it, to you guys, it might seem very obvious, but for us, we still kind of don't understand. Like, yes, you can put in work, but working right is also very difficult to figure out. So curious what worked for you and what you would advise then for that to improve and move up through stakes.
So basically, I was struggling in the beginning, like, and what really helped me was starting getting poker courses like that Upswing or Run It Once type memberships, and not just watch it, but watch it like with purpose, with attention, and really, like, I was just tired of losing, like I would like win a little bit and I'll lose it all back like for a while. So at some point I was like, okay, let me learn how to actually play the game and get better. And then I started like investing on my learning. You can't just expect to watch like free YouTube videos or like just like a stream of people playing. Like, you're not gonna learn like that. You gotta take it seriously and really like get something, invest in your learning. And then other than that, it's just like trying to put that in practice. Like, if you study, like you watch these videos for like, I know in the beginning maybe you should do it like 4 hours a day if you have the full day, right? Like, study like 3 or 4 more times than you play. So basically you study a lot and then you try to put what you learn in practice by playing like a 2-hour session, like a short session, just to try to implement what you learned. And yeah, just do that every day for a long period of time and you're gonna improve for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well, when you say it like this, it makes sense. I'm actually
people just want to like for it to be faster, and and it's not like that. They want to play too. I still haven't seen too many people that are trying to climb up the stakes that they actually study a lot more than they play. It's not that fun sometimes.
Yeah, so you think sometimes you just kind of have to like put up with it and just like find motivate yourself to do it for the reward.
For sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, if that's your goal, I know that my goal would be to like play higher stakes. I would not be happy if I was just like playing 50 or 100 forever,
Yeah. And but actually, then I have a question for each of you. I'll ask to Smelly Mace first. You've had also a very long career yourself in poker. So then what do you think when you hear about these players' ascensions in like, 4 or 5 years, they're able to reach, to go from low stakes to high stakes? And like, how does that compare to yours? And do you feel like it's realistic for most people to be able to achieve that if they work hard enough? Or you think it's only a few people that would be able to do this?
Honestly, I mean, my ascension was different because it was like longer ago, I guess.
Yeah.
So like you didn't need to join like a stable or join like, you just talked with like other friends who were doing well, and you sort of just went up. And back then we did it a little faster. Like, I think it took me 2 years to go from like basically nothing to high stakes. So no, even roughly. So nowadays, I think the games are not nearly as good. So I would say, I think 4 or 5 years though, if you actually like put in the time. I don't know. I think that's probably not too hard to reach. At least like an L1K, I'd say.
How dare you? Do you know how many of us are stuck at the same stake for 5 years?
Yeah, but I mean, assuming you do the correct steps, like you actually study, like you said, like you actually like apply and like you don't just like wing it always.
Yeah.
And ideally, like the best advice right now is probably to like Peter said earlier, like just get a coach or get with the community and get with people so you can like talk about ends and talk about theory and talk about exploits and everything. So it's also helps with motivation, I guess, when you're with people.
Yeah. And so Peter, to follow up, when you hear about the story of the rise through the stakes of W, do you feel like for most people this is very achievable if they're willing to lock in and put in the work? Or do you think it's maybe limited to, like, you need to have maybe an extra spark, like some sort of talent in order to achieve this?
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's achievable for everybody, right? Otherwise, there would be like everyone would be a high stakes player. But yeah, I think I would say it's always the combination of like it's like a love for the game and like some sort of talent and hard work, right?
Yeah.
And I think you need all of it to be able to get to the top of any industry, whether it's a poker or a sport or like a business. But I would say like if you are like a reasonably smart person and you put an effort, like you should be able to make a living out of poker, right? You're probably not gonna be like not gonna get super rich and like financially what's the word, like set for life, but you can make a living for sure.
Yeah. W, you wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I think that most people would be able to reach pretty high stakes, like at least an L1K, even if you're not that smart. Like, I'm not a genius. I know a lot of people that are not a genius and made it. So I think it's much more doable than most people think. But yes, it's gonna take work, it's gonna take time, and it's gonna take the like right material, the right way to learn. But I really think that if you're not making it, it's probably not because you're not smart enough, because you haven't put in enough hours, enough quality hours throughout time.
And do you think your background in tennis then brought a certain work ethic and competitiveness that helped you in poker?
Yeah, for sure. I've played tennis like my whole life, and before that, I started like competing in tennis when I was like 10 or 12. But before that, I played a lot of soccer, and I've always liked to compete. I hate losing. I think the fact that the reason why I try to always get better at poker is because I hate losing, and that drives me to improving and all that.
Yes, I like that answer a lot.
And that's something that's not related to like being smart, you know. So I think that you can make it in poker like by really like being smart, like in a logical, mathematical way. But you can also get really good by like just having that drive of like wanting to improve all the time and like working your way with like solvers and poker courses and talking to friends, like really trying to improve, you know.
Yeah.
I think that's like a combination of a lot of things that can make you really good. But yeah.
But don't you guys think that poker is like, you know, every game is different, every sport is different, but to me poker is like the level of complexity is something different to say something like chess, because chess, yes, is very complex, but it's a game of complete information. You're seeing the full board when you're playing. So while it's very complex, the studying is like completely different. Or do you think like that's, you know, not necessarily that important? Like now, you know, I play No Limit 50, and I've spent some time studying. I've never played poker full time, but I've spent some hours there studying. I've invested into coaching. I've watched some courses, but I still feel like overall I'm a pretty terrible player. And I feel like a big part of that is like, you know, obviously I haven't put in insane work either, but the level of complexity of this game, I just feel is so high. Like when I'm with you guys on calls, of course, like you spend so many like more 1,000 hours on poker and on studying and everything, but then it just feels like I barely see the surface and you guys see the whole picture on runouts and, blockers and rivers and everything. And it's due to the game being the way that it is. So is that an illusion, you think, from me, or is there some merit to thinking like this in poker being like an incredibly complex game, not just as a game itself, but as a game to try and get better at?
Yeah, who wants to start?
Yeah, you if you want.
Okay, so I do think it's a really complex game, and like it just takes time, And you said you never played full time, never studied full time, right? Can you share a little more of like how long and what you've been doing to get better?
So I was like a pro player in 2 different video games before, so I've experience with games, but in poker, I've always played recreationally, and then sometimes, almost nothing in the year, and sometimes quite a bit. My balance to studying has never been very high, like compared to how much I play. It's always been like much more playing. But I've spent by now like definitely a decent amount of hours studying, but probably not the most effectively, because before I did work like on my own, and then later I did get a coach. I did watch some course, but it does feel like it's so much information that it's very hard to retain as well. So I take some notes and then I review them, but it's still like then I don't play for a month and I almost feel like I forgot a lot of what I studied. So maybe I'm not a very good learner in that way. But yeah, that's about it. Like right now, I'm at No Limit 50 online, and live I only ever play like the lowest 1-3, but I have a decent like small win rate, which every time I play kind of goes up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, nice. So I think that you benefit for being more structured in your approach. For example, in courses, like there are courses for every levels. Maybe you got a course that was too advanced. Like in the beginning, you need to get like basic courses. Like you need to find out the courses that are like suitable for where you're at right now. And like poker right now, it's very competitive. So you need to have like a really good approach to the game. Like you can make a good amount of money playing high stakes, and you can make a living out of playing a card game. So you really need to understand that it's probably not going to be easy, because a lot of people want to do this. So if a lot of people want to have that as a full-time job, as a profession, it's not going to be easy. So you gotta need to do stuff to approach like improving like better than other people. You need to be professional about it. So you need to it's not fair for you to think that you can like compete with people and understand everything like really well and know the game so well, when people spend like thousands of hours like paying 50% of their profits to like a CFP, or like when they are dedicating like all day every day to that. When you're like a part-time, like trying to do other things. So if you're part-time, and that's okay, because some people are going to be part-time in the beginning, it's totally normal.
Yeah.
Then you just gotta really be like very mindful, very focused on the few hours that you have per day, and try to increase those hours and increase the amount of hours that you can dedicate to the game. And then you're gonna start seeing some improvement, and because it's just like it takes more effort than what most people think. None of those high stakes, well, some are, but a lot of them are not geniuses. They just like spend a lot of time trying to learn the game and grinding.
And how about the complexity of poker as a game and the complexity of studying a game that's like has such a high skill ceiling? Then do you think there's some merit to that, or not necessarily?
Yeah, it's a really complex game. Like it takes a long time and that's why it takes a long time to master. And I think it's kind of similar to chess. You said that, yeah, poker has some more complexity, like in the run out, and that you have incomplete information. But I think that it probably takes about the same amount of like time to master it, because if, let's say, you think chess is a little less complex, it's also less complex for opponents. So they're gonna you just gotta spend like more time. You just gotta like keep learning every day, and I'm sure like there's still a lot of for people to learn in poker. Poker is less solved than chess, I would think. I'm not a chess expert by any means, but I think that there's still a lot for people to learn in poker. The ceiling is not. We're not at the ceiling yet.
Yeah. Peter, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean it's a complex question. Yeah, I mean you are definitely in a unique position where you get to talk poker with like some of the very high level players, so it can feel pretty overwhelming, I would imagine.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I would say like the best thing is like sort of surround yourself with the players that are around your level or like slightly above, and I think you're probably gonna learn from them the most. Yeah.
And as far as the game's complexity, then like
I don't think the game is that much more complex than like chess or even StarCraft or Warcraft. Like you just have to put a lot of hours in, and you start with more, I guess, more simplified strategies, and you slowly sort of work your way up in the complexity like department. Like you don't. I guess with all the information available now, it might feel overwhelming to a lot of like newer players, but I think you have to start still at the basics and you work your way up, like even through strategies. Like you start with the most common spots, like the easier spots to understand, and you sort of work your way from there. But you still have to like grind a lot, like the way you did it when you played Warcraft for a living. Like you played a shit ton. Like you probably played like 10 hours a day or something.
Much more.
Like yeah. So it's the same with poker. You just have to like put like a lot of time in. Like, you just have to be like immersed in it.
So how much of it is outworking the competition versus outsmarting?
I'd say it's like 90% outworking, probably.
Yeah.
10% outsmarting, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, there has to be an outsmarting part, I would assume, which comes in play. The question is how big, right? Because you need to study better than them, ideally, and then outplay them with what you've learned.
Because I think a lot of the outsmarting really matters only when you reach the absolute top, probably. Like when you're playing like mid stakes, you're gonna have like a lot of recreational players playing, and like they're not I guess that hard to outplay. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's just you put in a lot of time, and it's the same process you've done with previous games. I think usually like pro gamers are good candidates for poker.
Yeah. Okay, and
I guess one point I would like to like stress on is like with so many solvers out there, so many content creators and stuff like that, like there is so much information out there that it's really hard to know like what to follow, and you don't want to like study different like 10 different directions, you know.
Yeah,
that's why I think like joining a stable and having like a very structured program of how to work on your game and improve slowly, I think it's very valuable.
When you say stable, though, like what exactly do you mean? Because there is like so many different form of those things, right? There's like CFPs where they stake you, but then they take a part of your money. There is some where they don't. Or like, do you mean like you could join any group regardless of the deal and just make sure you work with them, or like is there something specific you're referring to?
Yeah, by stable I mean like the coaching for profit mostly.
Okay.
Yeah. You basically invest part of your profit in order to improve.
Yeah, and you feel like that's the main routes that you recommend for people playing like low to mid stakes at first?
Yeah, I really don't see a better route out there at the moment. Yeah. Unless you like find some like specific coach that is gonna guide you through the stakes. But I think that's pretty rare to find someone who is like really good and not only a really good player, but also a really good coach, and will sort of dedicate to you specifically. So I think that's kind of tough to find, but yeah, I think the other best alternative is sort of joining the coaching for profit, I guess, if you really take it seriously in poker.
Yeah. By the way, how do I say your name exactly?
Peter Knop.
Okay, Peter. Okay, sorry if I said it wrong before. Peter.
Oh, you
Yeah, it's okay.
pronounce the K.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually. I would have guessed it's Nop.
Nap, yeah, I would have guessed that too. Yeah.
Yeah, where I'm from, it's Knop.
All right. Good to know. Prodigy wants to join to hang out, so the party is just gonna get bigger. I'll invite him. Let's see what he has to say. Hello, good sir.
Hey,
Yo.
I was just about to go to bed, but I guess I'll hop on the stream for a bit.
Is it really early?
It's like 5 p.m., but I'm just got terrible sleep schedule.
Yeah. What's new with you?
Okay. Sorry?
What's new with you? How's it been going in the challenge?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm chilling, having a good time. I mean, I say that like it's getting destroyed in flips, but that aside, life's good.
You're up in EV, but not in results. Running pretty bad this time.
Yeah, I think I'm bottom of the leaderboard for EV. Not enough for like EV difference.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's my claim to the crown. But anyway, I'll try not to drag the vibes down. I'll come on here and be cheery. Who's in here?
With the games running so early, like, are you surprised, by the way, compared to last time? Like, that's a question for all of you guys, because I feel like in the previous Cash Game World Championship, I kind of felt like prime time was like sometime evening in Europe to very late nights into the morning, and now it's like totally different. Now it's way more like games are running in the morning, throughout the afternoon, there'll be a break around 8 p.m.-ish, and then they come back later at night. So have you noticed this shift as well, and what do you think of it?
I mean, it's weird for me because I was in Vegas for the last one, and I'm in the UK now, and also I have a terrible sleep schedule, so it's like I have a very loose relationship to time.
Yeah.
There's pretty much games 24/7 though. There's like a brief period during like European nighttime when there often isn't much action.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's games running around the clock.
I mean, the action today is pretty crazy. Like I don't think it ever was like this before. So many games in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, people are sort of starting to make a run at things. Some people are like, I mean, obviously Davy's up the top, but this like one Roman guy is doing pretty well. Like Void's doing pretty well as well. I think Meek is doing all right as well. Like Dunkaroos.
Yeah, he's throwing stacks left and right.
Yeah, I mean, Meek is playing with confidence. That's one way to put it.
For sure.
A lot of money is going in, and a lot of it comes back to him at the moment as well.
And he's grinding a lot, right? I think he's like second on the.
So that sounded kind of shady, like I was taking the piss. I actually think he's playing pretty decently. He's just also playing like, I don't know, like really throwing his weight around.
Yeah,
but
I find it fascinating. Some of the guys that could play like 8 hours a day or more.
I mean, I played like 10 hours today.
Sheesh.
Yeah, and then I punted to duty to end my session, and I was like, "Oh, fine, whatever."
I think I saw it was like 8-4, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think it's a thing, and I RNG'd it, so I was like, whatever. It's always weird when you're in these spots versus your mates, where it's like you want to try and like level through of like, but I was just like, was just like, oh, fuck it. And then I had like, I felt like super shit about it on the river. And I was like, no, don't talk yourself out of it. Don't be a little bitch. Because that was one thing I noticed when I was like first like playing. That it had been a while since I played in tough games. And I was just like, we've actually got to go for some of these spots or people will notice and they'll start folding. Yeah, it was like kind of knitting up day 1 and day 2.
And W, what's been the experience for you then, hours-wise, seeing that you're in the US? Then at what times are you prioritizing playing, and do you feel like there were enough games running to your liking?
Well, now I'm done. My shot's over again. So,
what?
Yeah, 4 or 5 buy-ins. I'm not rich yet.
But yeah,
I think games were running pretty much all the time, almost, that I wanted to play, they were running. You might not want to play games with like just Davy and Prodigy or something, but other than that, like if you're on the challenge, you gotta try to get in some games, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Are you guys surprised by the amount of entrants, by the way? Because we have way more players this time around. I don't know precisely how many the previous one had, but on the final leaderboard that was posted, there was 43 players. And this one already, we're not even 2 weeks into it. We've already exceeded 70 plus. So is that surprising? Yeah. Obviously, one guy played a single hand, so there's a couple of names with... He lost $226, by the way, that guy.
But like, also, it's like, Duty's on there with whatever, like, not many hands, but I reckon he's going to... actually, he's got 1,000 hands on that. I reckon he's going to catch the bug and be grinding it.
Okay.
I gave him a little 10k dono just to get his feet wet. But yeah. Oh man, there's a guy on here with 6 hands who played 1 orbit, stacked me flush over straight, and is going to leave the championship, and he's going to finish with a 1600 BB per 100 win rate. Jesus Christ, what a hero!
Who was that?
SLS 521. He sat 1 orbit. He played 1 hand, I think, and it was him stacking me. That was like the only.
What was the hand?
Yeah.
What was the hand?
Yeah, 6. He played 1.
So he's like. I think he's in the small blind. Like I open from under the gun. He raises, like he free bets me. He free bets me really small. Like he free bets to like 6 big blinds or something. I call. I have 7-6 suited. The board comes King 9-8, Rainbow. He bets like half pot. I call. Turns a 5. Bring backdoor flush. He bets like tiny. I raise him tiny. He calls. And then the river completes a flush. He snap jams for 1.5x pot. He like snaps it in so fucking fast, and I like call my straight. And then he had nut flush. I was like, fuck. That guy's definitely gonna, like, if there was a prize for win rate, I reckon 1600 BB per 100 will be hard to beat. Like that's quite a lot.
It's so sick. What a guy. He played his orbit, he took his shot.
Yeah, dude, and oh my god, he fucking got me as well. And like, the thing when like someone gets you and you're kind of like, you're looking at their stack, just like, and like I was deep as well because I've been playing for ages, so I'm pretty sure I still coming in. And I was just like, right, it's on, motherfucker. And then he sits out, like he doesn't play enough.
Oh my god!
How does he not play after winning a buy-in like that? Like,
well, he's gonna quit when he's ahead, dude.
He's free rolled.
He's just booking the win. Yeah,
yeah, I know. It was so fucked up.
Oh my god.
Some of the recreationals they treat the game as a roulette.
Yeah, who would do that? Absolutely ridiculous behavior. But I looked down for a second. I looked back up, and he was gone from the table, and I was like, "What the fuck happened? Where'd he go? Come back!"
Yeah.
What else is in there? How many hands is Brandon? Oh, the challenge is good action if Brandon's got 2,000 hands. Those tables, there must have been some juicy tables.
I don't know. I guess last night you were probably sleeping, if that's your sleep schedule and you're going to bed around now. But like, so last night, I was planning on going live at 8 p.m. and then I swear to you, 7:50 p.m. every table's empty. Like everything broke. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? Literally at the one time I was gonna go live. So I was like, all right, I'll go live again later. So I wait a couple hours. Tables are running. I go live. They play for a little bit, like really not that long time, and then the tables break again. I'm like, what's going on? Like they're just trying to avoid the stream or something. But then something happens. Davy is the last player standing, or rather the last player sitting, and he's still at a couple tables, like sat alone, waiting for him to sit, waiting for somebody to sit him.
He lose like 80k yesterday or something.
No, that was the day before. Yeah, in the last update, he barely had any changes, but yeah, the day before. But so this guy who we haven't seen a Chinese nickname sits on the left of Davy. So immediately I tell people, what are you guys doing? There's still like someone sitting, and then immediately the tables fill. And I'm guessing this guy probably was a recreational player because he just played one table, one buy-in, and guess who took it? Mr. O'Highmark. He made he backdoored a nut flush against the guy's set, and then the guy bets.
Couldn't go to anyone less deserving.
The guy had like 1k into 1k river, and O'Highmark jammed for 10k, and the guy called with his sets.
Oh my god! I need to do a rec coaching on not getting stacked by Brandon.
Yeah, he just messaged me. He said, ask Owen how he could possibly be below O'Highmark on the leaderboard. Smiley face.
Oh, so disgusting.
Winky smiley.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay, at least he's right there with me running below EV. You'll have to see it.
To be honest, like we've seen some big swings, right? Like it might sound cheesy, but anything could happen still, right? So what's your approach then for the rest of the challenge? Are you still gonna grind hard, or you think you might slow down now that maybe things haven't gone as well?
Well, I'm having a lot of fun, to be honest. I kind of forgot how much fun it was doing this, and also it's like I feel like you know how when you're I guess this isn't like entirely the same, but you know how when you're like first learning a skill, it's like really fun because you're like learning new shit all the time and like always doing new stuff.
Yeah,
because it's been a while since I've played like really top level guys, and then you're getting back into it, and it's kind of like, oh yeah, like like rediscovering all the dynamics and stuff which happens playing against like good players is kind of like so it's quite fun. It has a novelty to it because it has been a while since there's been like at least a high volume of like battling and six max.
So what have you been playing? What have you been playing recently?
I've been playing mostly private games, to be honest, and then like a bit of heads up here and there. But yeah.
Nice.
Oh no! Wait, do you?
Oh, I think it is. Still yapping in here, huh? Oh, and I'm coming for the throne of the farthest below EV. I think I can catch you.
God, good luck to you, man. Good luck to you.
How far below EV are you? Let's hear a bad beat.
How far below EV? I'm like 60, 70k below EV.
All right. I'll put a run in for it.
Yeah,
how's everyone doing?
This leaderboard's a little bit out of date. I chopped Ace King versus Aces after the leaderboard, so we've got another buy-in in there.
Oh yeah.
Who was it against?
It was against KP. Also, Ace King versus Aces is normally a cooler. I don't know. This spot was a bit dusty. It was like him, like he 5-bet jammed Ace King off versus a cold 4-bet while he was the initial raiser from under the gun, which I don't think the solver likes that one, man. So
yeah, but if you're gonna chop, then
yeah, true. I mean, we got to chop up Limmy's money because like I 3-bet like Limmy cold 4 and then Kevin jammed from UTG, and then I guess we got 110 BB. So it's an upswing even if it doesn't feel like it.
I won. I chopped Ace King versus Kings yesterday, so that was a little rebate on the EV.
Yeah,
not the same though.
Yeah, it doesn't quite hit the same. I got in I got in like aces versus Brax, ace king, just like 5-bet shoving aces myself against him. And like, I'm not gonna lie, part of the reason I did it was because I was like, this is just gonna piss him off. Like that's like, I was like,
my first time.
Do I flat and play post, or do I just like rip my aces? And I was like, this will annoy him, and I immediately get a DM.
He expected to win one of the runouts too.
Yeah.
He was like probably tilted. He lost both.
This was my first time on the stream, but it's good to know that high stakes pros talk like NL10 players.
That's the secret.
Dude, nothing changes. Nothing ever changes. It's all the same. Like,
well, he got aces against my ace king and he hit his flush.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
That's why I want Linus to come on the stream one of these times, and I just want to hear him just rant off like all these bad beats or something, and like my whole perception of Linus will just be like just completely different.
Yeah, maybe if Davy was on the call. If Davy was on the call before I try to bluff catch him on a spot that nobody ever bluffs, that would have been nice.
I think that playing live games has made me tell a lot more bad beat stories because it's just everyone's doing it, so you start telling them just to fit in, and then after a while you're just like, this is very cathartic. Like I should do this more. Next thing you know.
Owen, what's your thoughts on DavyJones finally starting to show that he's immortal? Because after quite a few hands, he had a 50 BB per 100 win rate. It was like, is this real life?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's quite a 50 BB per 100 winner.
23 were okay. 50 no.
I said I think he's been like, okay, so when I was coming up, like 2 and a bit years ago, and I first started playing with high stakes, he was like he was definitely the person who made my life the hardest for the longest. Still does, really. And I had him top of my power rankings for quite a while. So not surprised. Some of us called it. Like Daniil will get in there eventually. I'm expecting Daniil to come in for the bronze medal. But I don't know. Maybe he's busy with his bankroll challenge and he can't get the volume in. But yeah, me and Petter and Baraka are big fans of his. So expecting to see big things. But
yeah.
But other than that, no, when I was ranking people a while ago, I put Davy. I put Davy as my top just because of like the amount of spots which he puts you in, just where you don't have a fucking clue what you're doing, and it's like, how can he know all of these? But like, obviously, he kind of doesn't. He doesn't really know them. He's just so good at like making it up on the fly. So yeah, he's a fucking beast, man.
And at the bottom of the leaderboard, like today, actually there was a bunch of stuff added today. We see like the small number next to the EV is what happened during the last play day. But at the bottom, we have the 10 best days that have been had so far and the 10 worst. And
oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so the best day was Kevin on day 5. He won 14 binds, but in the best days, Davy appears 4 times. And in the worst day, he's only 1 time, with granted the third worst day that somebody has had, which was 2 days ago. So any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of expect he'd be in some of the best days if you're leading, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, him appearing like, him having that minus 70k day maybe made the whole catch up a little bit more reasonable. But I really got to stop making some fucking money.
By the way, you're nowhere in there. So it means you've just been consistently running like dog shit equally along like the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I've had like big swings within a day. So like I had a day where I was like down 5 and then up 3. So there's like an 80k swing in there, but it's just not at the exact time that they're doing the.
Yeah, I see.
that they're doing it. So it is a bit like, yeah, there is an element of randomness to those swings. Because it's obviously like when they updated the leaderboards today, they did it in the middle of my session, right? And I think I lost another 20 afterwards. But yeah.
Is there anyone you played with in this challenge specifically that you thought this guy was like? I already asked you this last time, and you said like maybe Munez also like was really good. But then since we've had you on last time, which was a couple of days ago, have you played with anyone that was particularly impressive? Maybe Doblo?
Munez is letting the side down, man. Like, to be fair, I mean, I haven't played much with him because I've got off his time zone. But what's going on? What's going on there, Munez? I thought he'd be like a dark horse to do really well this year. But I mean, I guess you can't help it. But he's I thought he might be up there. I'm kind of happy to see Yasam doing well, to be honest, because Yasam got like fucked by variants last year.
Yeah.
And I think Yasam's really good. So it's good to, I'm happy to see him up there.
We have some names that are completely inverted, right? Like Jasam, he was towards the bottom, now he's at the top. Lama was, I think he finished last time, and now he's in top 5. So it goes to show variance, right?
It's the nature of playing over these kind of samples. I mean, obviously it's gonna, like, by the end you get to something a bit like, you get to like 40 to 70k, I think some people had at the end. But right now, obviously everything's really in flux. I think like the most hands in the challenge is probably rigged, and he has like 25 or 30k. Oh, look at that! That leaderboard's a beauty. Yeah, let's just run with that one. We should have run this year as just like a continuation. Can anyone catch me? Like, let me have the 590 lead. Like, where was Davy? Oh yeah, he's still got like. What, he's still got 350k to go? Easy.
Yeah, not even actually. Those were the times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm feeling like I'm playing a bit better as well, which is good.
Yeah.
And I have like less other shit to do. Like when the challenge started, I had like some other stuff to do. So I wasn't fully focused on it, which is not really what you want to be, but like now I'm feeling pretty locked in. I don't know, I'm just having so much fun. I'm having to tear myself away from playing, which is like this is no problem. There were 2 sessions I had where I played like 9 hours really well, and then I came back to like sneak in another hour or 2, and I just punted off 3 stacks at the end.
Story of my life.
Yeah, so there is literally like so I think I've left like 50k on the table roughly, just by doing that, which is not like not great, because you don't have to study to fix that one. You just have to be a fucking adult about it. But whatever happens. Well, it shouldn't happen, but it has happened.
It's good to hear that it's still a lot of fun. It would be sad if you were like, oh, you know what? Like, this challenge is not as as fun.
Nah, man. I've just been missing this so much. I was kind of worried beforehand that I wasn't going to find it as fun. Because I've been like, I haven't been so much on like the online grind, not been doing quite as much battling, especially recently. And I was like, oh, am I getting old? Am I losing the fighting spirit? And then like the moment we started playing again, I was like, oh no, fuck it, I'm here to fight. Like, let's go. This is fun. I was like, how old have I got in the last like 6 months? What the hell? But nah, we're rolling back the clock slowly.
I've been greedy, playing private games just to make money.
Yeah, I mean, if I could make some money in them, it would be fucking great.
Actually,
the problem. You play one private game at stupid stakes. You obviously take a big piece of yourself because it's a good fucking game. And then if you lose it all, it's like, well, now I got to chase the fucking dragon. Like, it's not the same as playing like the 25-50 online grind or whatever. Like that's a lot more, it's a lot more chill, a lot better on the mental. But yeah, I don't know. It's good fun though at the same time.
What about the NT games, by the way? Because I saw like sometimes they get scheduled to play. It's mostly some of the same people that end up playing. I think Decky always like wants to play that, and then you have some. There's some MTT guys that play.
I tried to play some anti, and it was like. So basically, the problem for me was that because I was playing anti and regular at the same time, I was having to, and I was forgetting which tables were which. I was trying to remember, but I'd have to like constantly remind myself, and I was just like, okay, it requires a lot more manual brain power in it, like in a weird way, to be like, okay, this is cutoff versus big blind single raise pot with an ante, and then thinking like, how does that change it? And I'm not like that studied in ante. I'm like kind of winging it there.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I played a session like that, and I played pretty fucking badly. I made one really fucking bad call, where I was just like never winning, and then I had like another spot where I don't know, I just bet called the turn with a draw, and then I was looking at it afterwards, and I was just like, it's like, what the fuck am I doing? I could have smelled the bait here. I should just check back and realize my equity. It was free, and instead I just like got it in with like 30% or something, and then bricked, which not great. But like I just felt like I was making those kind of mistakes just because I had like so much of my thought process was like being taken up by stuff which is usually automatic. Not to say that I dislike ante. I love a bit of ante every now and then, especially if you're playing live, playing with big antes. But that's just like for me why I've decided like not to play it in the challenge from now on. Yeah.
Well, in the mid-stakes championship, it was 1 week of ante and then 1 week without. Do you think for the high stakes, this is just not something that would work?
Well, I think from like, well, it depends what you want to crown. Do you know what I mean? Like, because with like, okay, I think, okay, so the difference in accuracy from mid-stakes regs when they go from non-ante to ante is not that high. Like, they're just bad at both. I'm sorry to mid-stakes regs. Like, they're like, okay, they're not terrible. Obviously, these are professionals, whatever, yada yada. But like, they are just winging it. Like they're like making it up as they go along so often in both. Whereas in like the non-ante at high stakes, people really know what they're doing. So then there is this weird thing of like the ante suddenly like it massively decreases the accuracy of high stakes players relative to the mid stakes ones, in my opinion. So the guys who want to play it, like, sure, go play it. But I think if you're like mandating that everyone has to play that format, also in a way it kind of is an advantage to be good at the ante, because like ante is effectively bigger stakes, right? Like playing with a 1BB ante is what, there's 2.5 bigs of dead money instead of 1.5. It's like, it is like playing like, I don't know, 13 to 15k an hour instead of 10k.
Yeah.
So they can make money quicker. Yeah, I don't. I mean, if there was a week where we were forced to play ante, I'd probably do it, but I'd just be like grumbling the whole time.
Smelly Maze, you played in the mid-stakes championship, which had ante. So, what was your experience then with that format and your thoughts?
Oh, he just got shit talked by Prodigy then.
Well, Star.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm old and washed up. I'm used to it. I don't know, man. I guess I'm maybe a little more used to NT games, but I certainly don't play like the same way. But I guess I'm still kind of winging it. but I don't see any problem with. I think it'd be more interesting if you would just throw all the high stakes player in like NT games, just because I think it would be more interesting to see how they go about winging it rather than just like applying accuracy at the best they can. I don't know.
Just the way I see it is like, imagine they said doing the Cash Game World Championship with a 3 big blind ante. Then we would just be like, oh, that's ridiculous. No one knows what they're doing there. That doesn't really tell you, like, you know, arguments about variance aside, you're looking at that one and it would just be like, oh, that doesn't really tell you who's the best at all.
Well, it would kind of tell you who's the fastest at adjusting, probably. Well, I mean, I guess there's never enough time to like have a decent sample, but
yeah, I mean, it would show you like who can work out a game quickly.
Yeah, so who's like solving, like head solving?
Oh, Ace King versus Aces. They got him.
Oh, ooh, that's rough.
King! Wait, no, there's not another king in the deck. Fuck. Calling for the 5th king.
And what about you, Doblu? Like, what's your experience with? Have you considered joining anti-tables, or like, what's your take on having some of the tables available?
I actually played a little bit on Annie because there were some MTT guys. I want to see how good they were, but yeah, I prefer without anti because like for the championship, I feel like the fun thing is to see like how good everybody is and how accurate, and like without antis where we see like the most accurate plays, kind of like what Prodigy said basically.
Yeah, and
I think if you're trying to determine who are the best players, like you should wanna like decrease the variance and not increase it, right?
Yeah,
and I would say like if you had anti or like some special editions, you increase the variance. So I guess that's the main issue in my eyes.
Yeah, but so as the challenge stands now, this time the first time it was around Christmas. It was kind of long. There was a break on Christmas, and then it came back. It was the first time that they did it, so obviously they learned a lot from that. Then they got feedback. This time,
the lack of a break this year.
Sorry,
we don't have a break this year. It's going to be so rough.
Yeah, but it's 4 weeks though. It's like not excessively long.
Dude,
and
by the end of 3 weeks, I was like struggling to get out 1,000 hands in a day, and I was dying. Like that was at the end of the 3 weeks, and then I needed my week off. It was great, and then I came back and I had energy. I'm not made of the same stuff as riggedeck and Kevin Pack, man.
But there has to be a balance, right? Because anything shorter than that, then suddenly it's like, okay, what kind of volume are we talking here? So don't you think like this is almost like the ideal, or like what would you change from this Cash Game World Championship, if anything?
Just do you can do, like, they can do as long as they want, as long as breaks. That's all I'd like.
Okay, so like 2 weeks and then a 1 week break, and then coming back for 2 weeks.
2 weeks break, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, get plenty of hands in, everyone's fresh the whole time, don't have to completely fuck my work-life balance. We can move the schedule a bit around stuff so we can avoid Bahamas, maybe take 10 days off during that. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, better. Any thoughts?
I don't know. I feel like if you put like a week break, it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna slow down the games. Probably.
Yeah, you lose momentum, I guess.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the people are gonna be like, fuck it, unless they have like chance to win.
Yeah, I mean, you could do prizes for the 2 week segments though.
Yeah, but then it's not a championship. It's like a leaderboard, 2 weeks leaderboard, so to speak.
I think you could do cash prizes for the 2 week segments, and then you could have a cash prize for like you could have the Rolex for the overall winner.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like the week break, it's a little bit anticlimactic for like a championship. But if it's very long, I would understand. But I do feel like 4 weeks is still within, like the parameters where like.
Yeah, and you can always take like a day off,
Like, if I was playing 1K, I was not playing 50,000 hands in a month. Like, there's too many hands, man.
So do you think maybe the hand requirement should be lowered? But then it's the same thing where like, trying to crown someone that played a good volume.
It's not like about a hand requirement. It's just like you just have to play them to keep up,
Yeah. Doblu, any thoughts on this?
I'm with you, Johan. I think 4 weeks, you don't need a break for 4 weeks. But also, I can get my shot to last for more than 2,000 hands, so I don't need a break.
Yeah. To be honest, maybe I can just chill. Maybe, look on the bright side of not being in the running. I can just relax. If we catch an outswing, we catch an outswing. If not, I play when I want to play. The thing is, though, I know I'm going to miss there being this much action when it's gone. So it's like I really want to play now. I've got FOMO, even though these are not good games. These are like it's all the best players in the world, and I'm just like, oh, like we've got to play now. Okay. It's a lot of fun there, and also everyone just has a massive hangover at the end of it. By the end of it, like I think no one wants to play for the next 2-3 weeks, maybe even a month. Like,
I think you think that, but then you think that, but after 3 days, you're like, let's play.
Well, it's different though. I remember last year, so The Rock was playing, and we were like, people were like one-tabling and bantering as they were one-tabling or playing like 2 or 3. It wasn't like these same like massive like 8-9 hour grinds playing like 5 tables the whole time.
Yeah.
It's a bit more chilled out. The reg battling certainly, like, everyone's kind of got that feel.
Pala in the chat asks, "Yo, Prodigy, what motivates you to keep grinding and performing at your best?"
It's just fun. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just I'm just endlessly curious about the game. I like talking about it. I like playing it. I like trying to outthink people. I like trying to see how they're trying to outthink me. It's pretty. There's endless depths to poker. So I mean that's all a very long way of saying like I don't really have to get motivated. I'm just like kind of lucky that I found something which I'm good at and I want to do. So like if you have to try and motivate yourself, you're already at a disadvantage.
And Mark is still lurking, by the way, on the stream, and he
said saying that he was off, didn't he?
Well, he said, "I gotta run. Owen is a well. Nice to meet everyone. Peace." And then he added, "I think one thing that would be cool to somehow try to address would be getting different people to play with each other somehow. Like right now, the difference in skill between the early and the late crew is crazy. So it's almost like we have 2 different groups of people playing."
Should be a Zoom format.
Yeah. No, or we should wake up all the Americans and force them to play.
I actually think if it was Zoom, it'd be great. But he just means by time zone. So Zoom wouldn't help.
Yeah.
And that's impossible though. To like make people.
Yeah, basically, everyone should have to have a fucked up sleep schedule like me, so that you just cycle through and play with everyone. Like that should be the conditions
for science.
Yeah. It's kind of fun. I noticed when I was playing high stakes, like I knew all the regs because I would like cycle through and play everyone's time zone, and like so everyone else would just know the regs on their time zone. And I was like, it's kind of interesting.
And how Mark reacted to Peter's suggestion. "Good morning, America! Wake up! It's time to play."
Oh man. Yeah, no, I mean, like if anyone were to look at the time zones, one might see that some of the less busy times are when it's not so friendly for Americans to play. But I think that's purely a coincidence.
There's not many Americans in this challenge, is there? Like, I'm actually not sure. You guys would know better.
Yeah, you can have 5 pros around the table of 1 fish.
Yeah. But like, there is very competent Americans, right? Like Matt Marinelli, I don't think he's considered by anyone to be someone like you particularly want to sit with. He's like the one guy I can think of.
I heard he's a solid pick for a bottom 5 reg.
What?
Dude, you'd be happy with me. I don't know if he remembers that from last year, but he was asked for his bottom 5 regs and he said Duty, but now he's no.
It was slightly controversial.
Yeah, I mean, very controversial. I think Duty's very good, but
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Absolute Top Up this time, unfortunately, also was unavailable to play. But last time did have a pretty decent result. Of course, there's O'Highmark, the legend himself, hopping in there at times.
It's so funny how it's the Cash Game World Championship and Brandon's just like, my time zones, I need better time zones for more equal opportunity bum hunting. Like,
what a guy.
Actually, fair play to him, because like his games are like a little softer, right? So.
Oh yeah, actually, Brandon feels bad for all of us.
Yeah, I have to say, from my experience, like the European afternoons and stuff, like it's not the best.
Yeah, I mean, I will be on it. Like, I woke up last night at like midnight. I rolled out of bed, opened up the computer, looked at who was playing, and it was like, I think it was Davy, Flushy, and Kevin Pack or something free-handed. And I was like, I'll go back to bed. I'll see if it's winner in an hour. Like, I'll have a lie-in.
It should be decent, though, at midnight for you, because it's like afternoon in America. So some of these guys should be playing, technically. But then, of course, you get like the sick grinders that... like the top guys playing insane hours in there, too.
Yeah. I mean, I was just like, I just kind of like, I just sort of like rolled out of bed and was like, I'll see if there's, I'll see what's going on. And I was like, basically as hard a table as you could ask for. And I was like, oh, okay, like, maybe we'll leave it be. We'll go sleep for a bit. It's like, when you're like, when you're running kind of badly, and you're just like, you're playing with a little bit low confidence. So it's just like, I don't need to be put in spots by Davy every 5 seconds because I'm playing 4-handed with him on 4 tables. Like,
yeah.
I can deal with it a little bit less, please. Can we just filter him out? Just keep the stress levels low so that I don't punt.
I think the Zoom format is actually an interesting idea. Sort of like mix in the player pool, and everybody would have like opportunity to play at any time. You don't have to like put this on a waiting list.
Oh, you guys like it?
It'd be great because people will get more hands too. Like in the month, you could get a lot more hands. It'll be more legit, the results.
Yeah, I wonder if it's possible.
Yeah, I think Zoom would be amazing because like I've had some moments earlier where they're like 10 tables running, and I'm just sat there like open sitting the 11th, like, please. Yeah. But it's like everyone already has 4 or 5 tables. No one wants to like, no one wants to shuffle around just so that I can get some hands in. Like, and nor should they have to. But it'd be cool if it was in.
Have you suggested it to Kaki?
No, I think like this is the first time someone was even mentioned it. I was like, that's pretty cool. Yeah. I wonder if it might lead to like less action somehow though.
How?
Because like Zoom pools mean that like that. Okay, there are certain regs who are probably only playing if they get a certain table lineup, right? Dare we say it, in this gambling for a living, some people do a little bit of bum hunting, even in a challenge like this. And in a Zoom pool, say like, okay, you wake up in the morning, Linus and Kevin Pack have max entries 24/7. They're never dropping them. Like for a certain, if there's a certain kind of reg who wants like at least 3 of their table to be like, I don't know, to be not like the top tier, but then because Zoom format will often like deal in like short-handed or whatever, and those guys will be so much of the like disproportionate amount of the pool, it might discourage people. I'm not really sure. Basically, some people want to sniper seed to like bum hunt someone in particular who they think sucks. Right? There's also a lot of ego in it, right? Like if someone thinks someone else is shit, and then like they see them sitting a table, and then they're like, oh, if he can beat that table, I can beat it because I'm beating him for so much, and like yada yada.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely an aspect.
Yeah.
I would guess like from a software standpoint, currently it's probably impossible. Like there is no fast table available with the software.
Yeah,
we've had Maybe that would be with a software revamp, but then how it's supposed to do a stream? Because you can't spectate Zoom technically. So they would have to implement something new that's not been done before too.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a lot to consider, but you should definitely, I mean, it sounds like a good idea. You should definitely suggest that to Kaki, and then maybe he can see.
I mean, if it fucks up the stream, then it's a kind of a no-go. I mean, we're on it. I feel like every single time there's a new championship, it's on a new channel. Like, to find a new. We're rotating through.
I believe we got Yolan in the call, by the way. What's up?
Hey guys, what's up?
Oh, hey.
You're playing well on the call again, man.
Yeah,
you're just loving it.
Focusing more, you know. That's cool. Who is on the call? Prodigy, Peter.
We got you got Prodigy, Peter Knop, Doblu, and Smelly Maze from the Mid Stakes Championship.
You really hit that Knop.
Yeah, no, I try. You know, actually, wait. Highmark messaged me earlier about this. He said, by the way, he's too nice probably to correct you, but his name is Peter, not Peter. Like Peter. It's just like he's listening to the stream all day and giving me feedback like randomly.
Honestly, couldn't care less if you call me Peter.
That's so
Peter
sick.
over here is far too polite. He needs people to stick up for him.
No, it's all good if you call me Peter. It's fine.
Oh my god! So I was like, you know what? I don't want to mess up. I'll ask. That's why I asked you earlier. That was after I received this message. I read this.
Apparently, for some people, it's like kind of hard to pronounce my name. Like, yeah.
It's
I
not
guess for
super
Germans
common.
mainly.
It's not super common to have like this.
Yeah, it's not super common.
Ooh! Oh my god! Big pot.
Oh wow!
What happened? Mamma
I
mia!
didn't see the action.
Meek was bluffing. Surprise.
I see Meek all in and flush with the call.
So we're 220 big blinds deep. And then it's a limp.
pot? Oh no, ISO.
Yeah. No, it's limp call. Oh my god!
Limp call.
Limp ISO.
Limp ISO, yes.
And then small bet on King 7-4 rainbow. Flushy raises. Call 3 of spades on the turn. He leads 1700 into 2300s.
He check raised, and then he barreled. He didn't lead.
No, on the turn, Flushy led.
No.
He's
He check
not
raised.
leading, because he already has the lead.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. And then Meek decides to raise.
Being the straight.
It's a brave spot to wrap.
Yeah, that's sick.
When a guy check raises on King 7-4 and then 6-5 comes in and you're like,
How much do you think the accuracy drops in those hands because it's like 200 big blinds deep? Which is obviously...
no, also like BVB, everyone's accuracy is just way worse as well.
But does Flushy limp call 6-5 off, you think? Before?
I mean, I don't limp for the small blinds, so I don't have to know this shit.
Because if he doesn't, I feel like he probably shouldn't. Maybe.
Maybe not. Yeah. I guess. Yeah, and then like maybe the 6-5 suited will free bet, or maybe it's really sharp. Maybe it's a spot where Flushy like continues a lot but doesn't actually have 6-5, and then it's really wait. Didn't like a Flushy limp called King 7 off, right? Yeah. No, he has 6-5 off.
I don't know, because 6-5 is dominated by like Jack 6 off, Queen 6 off.
Like you tell him to follow, man.
4-6 almost has enough showdown value to just check down here.
I mean, against what?
I
Against,
don't know if he's check raising like ace 5 of spades or ace 2 of spades, something like that. On flop, I don't know. We just check calling instead, yeah.
Prodigy, is this the best type of hand to win, by the way? Like we're talking cold hard, not cash, but EV. Just pure EV in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel better. So I keep like, you know, wiping my tears, being like, at least you only lost. But like, at least I didn't lose any EV that hand or something. And then I'm just like looking at it, just like what the fuck? Like, what kind of is this? I want real money, please.
Bigfoot Bird in the chat say, this seems like a great time to stream you on. Amazing getting players in the challenge like Petter and Blue on the call. And Prodigy class as always. Well, thank you. Actually, in the case of Petter, it was him who even messaged me. I was surprised. I think it's one of the first time one of the players messaged me to be on. So
I almost did. I've been waiting for an invite for 2 years now.
And today you got it. What a day.
Yeah, it's been a great day.
And
how old are you?
Sorry, no, you guys go on.
How old are you?
How old I am? I am 27.
Oh, okay.
And Charities asked, question for panelists, who is the more out-of-line player? Dunkaroos versus Luca? I thought
is that like Luca Bray?
Yeah, I'm guessing. I thought he was asking about the hand, and I'm like, no, it's not Luca, it's Flushy, but I guess he's talking about the players.
Dude, Luca Bray was opening, he was opening like Jack 8 off from the cutoff. Like he starts his out of line from pre, so it's hard to beat that.
He's
like
too
that,
rich.
that's like the amount of streets that he's playing out of line is like he's just always going to be one ahead of you. He has combos to fuck around with on river that you wouldn't even dream of having in this spot. So like it's hard to keep up with that. Yeah, it's funny. Like I was getting some massive ego war of him blind versus blind because he was opening like he opened like 8-5 off into me bit blind versus blind. So I was like, okay, fine, I'm not folding my big blind. Fuck you. Like we're just both playing like almost any two blind versus blind. I was like, dude, if you want to go, we can go.
Doblu, any answer? Have you played with both
I
of
haven't
these
played
guys?
enough against both of them to have a good idea.
Yeah. It's funny, Mark was talking also about how many, he says probably 1,800 of my 2,100 hands have been with Davy. like there's a badge of honor.
Yeah, I mean, but who's the rest of the people at the table there?
He's like justifying himself. Ooh, Jane Big Joe in the mix? No.
Did you play on GG before, Dovo?
No. I live in the US, so not allowed here.
How is it these days? How is it these days in the US? Like you're able to play live as well, right? Where you live, I assume you said you live in Florida.
Yeah, sometimes I do. Sometimes I go to the Hard Rock, but life's slow. It's boring, and a lot of the games are private too. So I don't wanna. I like working from home. You know.
Yeah.
I have a baby now. So.
Nice. I heard Florida is like pretty insane for live games. I kept hearing like for a long time people were talking about Texas, and then now it seems like the new Texas is Florida. Or at least I kept hearing a lot of hype about the Florida live games.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know too much, but I know that a lot of the stuff is private, like anywhere. But there's a lot of tables running. Like if you want to play like 2-5 and 5-10 even, I think there's a lot of tables. But the game's been so slow, and I don't live particularly close to any casino, so I like the online grind.
Yeah. I think I just saw a hand here. Let's see. It's like all in pre.
Oh, it's called free bet, raise, flop bet, turn, jam river.
No, the hand I saw was all in pre with Llama and pot bet cats. Ace King suited against Ace King suited. Oof, maximum sweats. Oof, wait, he got the 2 diamonds on the first 2 cards. Out the door on both runouts. Llama sweating bullets. Hey, Podbet Cat ran really good, by the way, earlier. Like, he won some big hands. Or he made the nuts. Faded. Who do you guys think has run the best in the challenge so far? Without looking at a number. Or maybe like the impression you've got.
Oh, I actually think I might know who it is. Well, it's hard to say. What do you mean by like ran the best? Is it just in EV?
Everything.
Well, I mean Davy in everything. Like, I mean, he's good, but do you know what I mean? Like, he's good, but he's not that good. I think else is from. I mean, there's these Jesus Christ! There's a guy called This Shit Confusing who won 6 binds in 300 hands. What the fuck? 300 hands, Jesus! And then he just packs it up and goes home, dude.
Do you want him to be back with how he's running?
I mean, I just can't understand that mindset. If I was there, like, I don't give a fuck if I'm like, you know, if I'm like a recreational or whatever. If I was there and I'm off to 6 bind head start, I'm just like, I'm at least gonna see if we can keep the, you know, if we can keep it rolling.
Yeah. This shit's confusing what he's doing.
Yeah, totally.
that joke.
I mean, I know. I'm pretty sure rigged is the most above EV. Because yeah, he's minus 108k EV, but only minus 28k results, and quite a few of those were against me. So like,
it's personal.
Yeah, this bastard. Yeah, Jesus.
Linus actually at some points, like after one of the early days when he started downswinging, I believe he might have been like 10 binds or something under EV, and then it's as he went down, he got closer to, which is crazy because he's still 5.5 binds under EV.
Do we know who is Gary Wu?
Yeah, his thing going this year.
Oh, that's Singe.
Yeah. They said on the
guy.
I mean, that's what they said, at least. I don't know him personally, you know. But.
Yeah. Fuck, I'm gonna have to write this down so I don't forget. This is actually, honestly, this has been kind of an irritating thing about this challenge. I wish more people were like KYC'd ahead of time.
You need to tell
because it's like
about implementing stuff like this.
I think for the next challenge, yeah, like anybody needs to be KYC before playing. Because I think if someone's play like 5-10k hands without knowing who he is, it's nature.
Yeah, and like they have all their reads on me. Like I'm just sat there with my name. And also, I just go on like every podcast that will have me and talk about how I think about poker. So you know, like, you've got a pretty decent advantage.
Yeah, there were a couple of players that it took a while to figure out who it was, and I think like some players, from what I gather, seemed irritated. I think Decky kept writing a couple nicknames and be like, "Who's this guy? Who's this guy?"
Yeah.
By the way, EV-wise, from what I can see, Joe Adams is quite a bit above EV result-wise. His EV is 15k, and his result is plus 109. So,
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
And Exploitable, by the way, who I was just talking to about coming on sometime soon, and he seemed interested. He's plus 80k, but his EV is 26k. So also,
what the fuck? How'd they do it?
You know damn well. That's been you. That's been you before.
Yeah, too bad. I was like 90k above last year.
EV is overrated. EV is overrated. Who's flopping stats every hand though? Nobody knows that. Davy.
No, Davy just reps the set. And then once you finally stop believing him, he has it. It's genius system, man.
It's all about opportunity.
I mean, 464 won 86k and 1,300, like 1,400 hands. It's pretty hot as well.
I want to give birth to a new specific form of Rambad, which is when you're calling down on like every river except one in the deck, and then it comes and then you fold and they have the bluff.
Yeah.
Like, I had that against my friend Duty earlier today, and I was just like, that's so outrageous. Like, because now, like, you know, I do get outplayed because he hasn't bluffed and I make a fold. It's like I was gonna get him, this bastard.
Yeah, there's so much more than just like EV. Like, there's so many ways you can get fucked or get lucked.
Yeah, I've got creative with my bad beat stories, man. I can go for a while now.
It probably would take like a crazy algorithm to calculate truly how bad somebody's running or how good.
Well,
I think one of the trackers tried, right? I think one of the trackers
There were
came up
bell
with some-
curves, yeah.
Yeah.
Curves of, like,
you'd have to
set flop
like,
and stuff.
but you'd have to do stuff like, you'd have to be like, okay, so you made a deviation here. What information was it based off of? So was your information right based on the information that you had? And then it's like, did you, you know, was there more information you had to like, that's how you would, like, if you wanted to work out truly empirically who was playing it, because you can't just tell someone, like, say if someone's like the most GTO.
You would have to node lock every single one of your hand and look at like the EV node locked.
Yeah, but then it's also like, what if someone's no lock is wrong? You know, like I can. I've been told many a time that I get out quite a hit of copium with my node locks to justify pumps.
You're jealous,
but like, you know, but it's like sometimes I can make myself believe in them. It doesn't necessarily mean they're right. Just because I give myself a pass, I'm like, oh, that was plus EV. Doesn't mean it was.
If you want to believe it was, it was.
It's impossible to assess exactly.
Yeah, you just got to play. You just got to fight, you know? Also, the thing is, if we do 10 of these, like, surely someone will win, like, 3 or 4, you know? Maybe not 4, but, like, 2 or 3. Like, if like, once there's a few of them in the bag, and then people will stop turning up their nose a bit, right? Like, they can, you know, like, last year I had loads of people saying, well, not loads of people, like, most people were just quite congratulatory, but, like, a lot of people just been like, oh, 40k hand samples, nothing. But you can start, like, stitching them together over the years. And yeah, people have peaks and declines, but, you know, like, it's the same thing for athletes, right? If you look at the NFL, they play 17 games in a season now. That's not very many games for, like, for a game with that high variance.
Really, that's it?
Yeah, they only play like 17 games, I think. They're thinking of moving it to 18. Like, it's just so physical that they get like injured if they play more than that.
Whereas like basketball, they play every other day. They play back-to-back days.
Yeah. But yeah, and then it's like you just kind of have to. You eventually get like a decent picture of this stuff.
So you had some salty people last year saying, "Oh, you won, but it was only 40k hands."
Yeah, I'm one particular salty person. His name's Dejan Kalajerovic. Decky to his
You completely butchered his name, by the way.
No, it's Dejan Kalajerovic. That's his name, right?
Dejan Kalajerovic. I think.
Oh, Dejan
Close enough.
Not, come on, man. Like, everyone knew who I was on about. Yeah.
I don't know if you heard earlier, Sakran was on the stream and we were talking about, I don't remember what was the exact topic, but he was saying, oh yeah, no, Decky, I like Decky. He's like, you never see a hand out of Decky that's like super out of line. He's like, you see a hand from Decky and it's like, you're happy.
So
you know, like
so cringe he says that. I've coached Sakran since day one, man.
This student has betrayed you.
He went to my uni. Like, his whole like way of poker should be my acolyte, and he's just like, he literally wants to play like anyone else. He's like, yeah, dude, he's great. Decky's great. He's like, ooh, I like some of the stuff Davy's doing. And I'm like, play like me. He's just a hipster. Prodigy's too in right now. Or like was, not anymore. Now I'm just middle of the pack. I'm washed up. Off to the private game scene with me.
What about you, Peter? Do you spend any brain power thinking about how bad you're running?
Yeah, I would say too much probably in this challenge. Like, I don't know, for some reason, like, I've been playing some of the like really high games on GG and it didn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
The swings, but all of a sudden when you play this and it's like all the top players and everyone wants to, prove themselves, like all of a sudden, like every put matters somehow.
Yeah, genuinely. I care so much more about this than what I play.
Like it's not even the money, but it's like like everyone wants to prove themselves. Everyone wants to
Xiaojun drunk dead. Mamma mia.
So yeah, like every time you get some cooler, like it hurts more than it should probably.
Yeah. Like if I get coolered, like I want to go to 2+2 and be like, look, this one wasn't my fault. Like,
yeah.
Just like post
because
them.
it's easier. Like you can check the leaderboard and the end of the challenge and just look at the guys that are like down, a lot. And I'm not saying that because I was like down 10 binds last year, so I don't want to
YOLO in the big pot. YOLO in the big pot here. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, once there's been a fair few of these, you can string them together.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, more data you have, the more accurate it gets, for sure.
All right, we're
fuck.
Yeah. I didn't want to say to influence action.
Oh my god.
I knew this man. Oh my god, I could smell it.
Jack 10 of diamond? What?
Put me in, coach. Put me in.
What is this guy doing? Oh my god.
This is what I said. Meek is playing with confidence right now.
No, I mean this is yeah, wow. Okay.
This is disrespect.
Let's see the hand. Let's see.
In the 6-4 hand, how you bet fold here? Tell me how.
Wait. What do YOLO have?
I was bluffing. I had nothing.
Yeah, no, yeah, but yeah, you have 5s with a heart. Call. No, I'm messing with me, but I don't know. That was interesting one to watch.
Yolan, were you beating Jack 10 of diamonds? You don't have to answer.
It depends, but
on some rivers. Wait, let's see. Yes, on that river, I reckon he was.
What was the river?
It was the 7.
7 of clubs.
Maybe he just had 5-4.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't even really see what happened.
So, looking at the hand, Owen, like, is Dunkaroos, pushing it a little bit, or that's something that, you can see here in this spot?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he's going after people really fucking hard, and then when I get into spots with him, he's gone after me in a few spots, but I feel like he's playing normally versus me, and it's pissing me off. Because like sometimes I like click through the hands when I don't have anything to do, like looking at the table. I'm just like, oh, the fuck, he's really fucking shipping it against everyone else. Like, come on, let's fight. But yeah,
maybe he went after Jolan sizings, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. Also, the thing is, me and Meek have a lot of history. That's Dunk, doesn't it? Like we've played a lot of heads up together. And I think when you've played a lot with each other, you both have more reads on each other, but you're also like, you've thrown more shit at each other and like you know what the other one's thinking about doing, so you kind of keep each other a bit more in line. It's this weird mix of you both have stronger reads, but you're also like more likely to throw counter punches at each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
God, I mean, I should really text rigged and ask him if he slept. How long has he been playing, man? Oh,
Does
man.
a 30-minute snap count?
I mean, apparently in Macau, he micro naps at the table. Like he'll literally sleep in between hands. It's nuts.
What a DJ.
Wait, did he get both? Dunkaroo's in there again, 9 high. My go.
Oh my god, they got it in on the flop against top sets? No.
So what
Oh my god.
Okay, check raise.
Pink.
Oh, click ram. Yeah. Easy as you like. And he gets them both.
Ay. He's almost running like this guy who won the last one, eh?
Who's that?
Wasn't that extreme?
Oh, standard is it to click back flop with queens there? I don't know.
Oh, I don't really want to talk about this. Sorry. he's one of Davy's boys. I've spent a lot of time studying Davy, and I can see why a Davy acolyte will like to fuck with you. I don't know. I mean, in short, like playing against Davy or his acolytes, you don't get to see a river very often. Don't get used to it. Flops and turns only. It's their philosophy to poker. It's quite a fun one, really. Can be expensive to implement poorly, though, as I found out when I first started fucking around with some of the ideas I had from looking at their hands. Yeah.
Because I assume technically, like, this spot is like, if at all, it has to be like extremely low frequency.
Yeah, I mean, you could like maybe click back. Well, the thing is, if you click back, you're kind of doing it so that he can ram his ace queen, right? Because basically everything else you're just stacking on any run out. But like ace queen is the one where you only stack on the clean run out. And then you've got two queens in your hand.
So when you have queens, yeah.
Yeah. So like if you click back jacks, it kind of, it makes quite a lot more sense, I think.
More reasonable, yeah.
Yeah. Because it is quite nice to get it in with 100% against ace queen and not have to fade the run out. But like queens is very much that he's just sat there and gone, Dunkaroos is like getting way too in the mix. I'm just going to click back to the nuts and hope he bites. Like that's what queens is. That's what we'll go for. I said I didn't want to talk about this one, but poker's too fun.
Bait it.
Yeah.
It's 150 deep, right? So maybe he's never doing it 100 deep.
Here we go, guys. Dunkaroos and Decky.
Oh my god. It's the battle of the Maverick versus the boring GTO scrub. Get a Maverick.
Pretty small bet on the turn. The flush completing
Yeah, there's
card.
not much left behind. There's only 6k behind. He's not in a rush to get it all in.
It's probably a 3-bet pot, huh?
Must be.
I think no idea. I'm guessing 4-bet?
Yeah, it seems like 4-bet, yeah.
Oh, Decky jams it in Dunkaroo's face. Apparently has a decision.
Oh, he wasn't bluffing.
Actually, I was going to say he didn't snap him there. I think he's just playing a lot of tables and zoned out because earlier he slow-rolled me, but I think he just had like 10 tables and didn't realize.
On the flop, they're deeper, right? How deep? Oh no, it's 100 big blinds. So Dunkaroos, after he 4-bets, he's playing 2 streets on this board because he's betting like more than quarter, right? Is that the simplification?
Well, it gives you the option. You're sort of one foot in each. You could jam turns. You can play 3 streets. It's either way.
Okay.
So it's like nice non-committal size. Solver likes these quite often.
Yeah. Depends on the turn, basically.
Yeah. And then he gets like Jack of Hearts. Like so now if he like there are some hands which he could just pile, but because he has the heart, he can still play 3 streets. So he goes back to the 3 street plan.
So if you had
I
kings,
wonder, like, is it necessary to shuffle kings with the heart there?
He didn't shove right. He bet, and then deck you raised.
He shoved the aces with
Yeah,
a heart.
I'm in the race.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
raise
shoving
aces?
aces with a heart is I mean, it's kind of interesting. It is quite nice to get it in with basically 100% now.
But I mean, board is so dynamic that it can't be too bad, even with the ace of hearts. I mean,
I think if you don't expect your opponent to bluff like with the non-hard combos, like jamming better, but I don't know if you really wants to call when you don't know the opponent. Yeah.
I mean, if there's like, yeah, on one level, yes. On another level, like, I mean, I don't feel like Meek's the kind of guy who's gonna be like timid, despite his name. he should be called Not So Meek Bill. Well, hey, I'm here all week, lads.
Yeah, I don't really see why deck you would fast play too much here against Meek. Anyway.
Yeah,
it's just that, like, whenever you're deciding to what hands to fast play and what not, like, it's about like vulnerability of the hand, right? And I would say like aces with the heart are not really vulnerable, I would say.
On this texture, I don't even know like if you need a raising range. I could be wrong here, but like I feel like
pretty sure you
yeah,
need
okay, yeah,
some
he can.
hands
Yeah,
to
yeah,
jam
yeah.
for protection.
Yeah.
Just aces with the ace of hearts probably like. And if he's jamming that when he's calling, like he's getting to like basically with either
Yeah,
I guess a
this
flush
hand
or
is-
like something too weak.
I mean, there is like there are questions about whether other things might be like I don't know. You do have other slow plays, but what's better, slow play this or jacks? Probably this.
Yeah, I think so.
This
Because
hand's
with
doing
jacks,
so
you
well
want to
against.
stack off the ace king with the heart or something.
Yeah. Worst play I've seen so far of the championship.
I mean, he won.
Not close.
Alright, I gotta go, guys. It was fun talking to you guys. And
See in a bit, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for being on, and you're welcome back anytime. And if you have any shout outs, then go right ahead.
yeah, I can't think of any shout outs right now, but
I don't think anyone has ever took him up on that offer.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. You know, you could shout out his wife, his kid, his friends, his study partners, but then I guess nobody. Yeah?
everybody.
Oh, wow.
I would like to shout out everybody, all of those you mentioned.
All right, thanks, man.
Bye.
Do you think it's kind of weird that he shouted out your wife?
All right, we're rooting for you then. Let's go. Oh my goodness.
The stream isn't even pretending to be unbiased.
How do they always have it?
Ugh.
Sickening. They always have it.
Except when they don't. That's the fucked up part.
Yeah. When you fold, they don't. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, honestly. Dude, I swear the first day was just that. Like, I think I basically made every wrong decision I possibly could. Like on like river calls or folds. I got so many wrong.
Is that when you're like, you know what, those show tables, after all, I don't like them so much. I wish I didn't know.
It means I can at least it means I can at least see, you know, the things. If it wasn't the show tables, I would just be like, I call, see nuts, And then, obviously when I fold, I don't see anything. I just be like, no one's fucking bluffing. What the hell? But I do see there are some bluffs, and I can keep my sanity and just be like, all right, we just got a bit unlucky.
Okay, yeah, that's a quite helpful way to look at it.
Yeah, no, it's much better.
What the?
I'm like moaning about the bad beats, but I think I've got pretty good mental, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh god, all in again.
See Lama Pro.
Oh my god. Well, Yolan just can't have it easy. Every time I look at a hand, it's like, good lord.
Oh my god.
Oh. Yeah, putting him to the test.
Do you still have the hand from earlier, like the King Jack from Rig Deck against C Lama?
Oh my god, I don't even remember, if I'm honest. I can try and find it if you remember.
Yeah, you posted against. Yeah, just wondering like what Prodigy would think and.
Okay, let me see.
That was the most interesting one.
Alright. Give it to me like spoiler free though, so I'm not biased.
Wait, was it actually, well, it's hard. No, I wanna. You say King Jack. Okay, was it cut off against button?
It was under the gun versus big blind, single raise both.
Oh my god. Okay, I found a rig deck King Jack hands against Lama and okay, it's not this one somehow. What the hell?
I mean, I can actually recall the hand if you can find it.
I'll try and find it. Give me a moment. It'll be easier if the stream can see as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you ever do that thing where you're like recounting hand histories, but to like not a high stakes pro, and then you just rattle it off, and they have no idea what you're talking about? Just so used to. Like, I feel like we talk about them at a mile a minute, and I just noticed that if I was like, if I talk hands, like if I'm playing live, if I'm talking to a rec about a hand. And it's like the most pro thing I do, I think, is the speed that I go for a hand history. Like that's like,
and sometimes you skip some information because it's so obvious.
Yeah. When you just say like the bet size as the C bet size, and then they're like confused about who bet, and it's like I know obviously we check to the aggressor. God, like
guys, I found it. I've actually done it, guys. All right.
Oh my god, we got it.
So what we revealed in this hand was that rigged has King Jack of suits, Owen, and Lama opens under the gun. Rigged defends big blind. King 10-5 rainbow. He checks. We get a 40% bet, and rigged calls. 6 of hearts on the turn. Rigged checks. Lama overbets. So what are we thinking here with King Jack? Or just about this hand as a whole so far?
It's pure call. Let's not make our lives too hard. We got a good king, not getting away or even thinking about it yet.
So we do get a call. Queen of diamonds on the river. Check. All you can eat. Again, he has King Jack offsuit.
Yeah, I mean... You got a pretty good calling combo. I mean, I don't know. This is not like to come up with an answer about this. You have to be very. You have to talk about reads on specific players and how they view each other, which I think is probably a bit much.
Yeah, no, but like so purely from a theory standpoint here, what's value jamming the river and what's bluffing?
Oh right, yeah, we can do that stuff. I think to jam the river, well, like obviously Ace Jack, Jack 9, and then I mean Rig has to just fold the turn with Ace Jack, I think. So then, even though it's full rainbow, but in these positions against B40, B150, I think you have to just fold the Ace Jack on turn. So then any set seems reasonable for Lama to jam. Jamming your own King Queen feels a bit thin because Rigged is going to have his own King Queen and also you're going to block some more of the cooldowns. Whereas your hand like pocket sixes, if you turn it, isn't really blocking the cooldowns. So yeah, I'd say like any set plus seems clean to jam, and then like king queen like feels like the sort of iffy one, and then king 10 feels like you're pushing it a bit too far at that point. But that'd be my feel.
Okay. All right. I can tell you right now, rigged calls. And Lama's hand is kind of unexpected. What would you guess he might have?
Like ace deuce or like pocket deuces or like.
No, he has a good hand. That beats a king.
Does he have aces?
Yes, sir. Is that a lot? Because to me, it seemed like I was like, oh, if I think it's out of the way, they're probably going to tell me it's absolutely normal. So I thought it was normal, but apparently it was like a bit of.
I wasn't going to talk about the dynamics between the players, but that's like painted on a wall, fucking obvious. Like Llama thinks he's not going to fold in that spot. Like in this spot, if you jam aces, you're literally going, you're going to pay me. Like.
Pay that man his money.
Yeah,
that's like free bet.
No, it was single raise spots. It was like bet over bet.
He jumped the river with aces.
Yeah. It's this is such like a
2.3x or 2.4x, I think.
I mean, yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, it's like these are like it's like not respectful, I would say. But you never know like what's the real analysis. Maybe he had analysis on his timing or the exact profile.
Well, they've played a lot together as well, so there's always some dynamics developing.
Played a lot, and also Rigged is playing a lot of hours over a ton of tables. The chance that he gives something away is probably a bit higher than usual.
And also he's down, right? Maybe that call button is a bit more appealing. I know when I'm down, that call button is always
but some of the hands which are going to be mixing versus jam, and you're hoping like some of the bluff catchers versus aces do so some of the bluff catchers versus jam here just have aces beat. And like Rigged is constructing his check call range is fine, I believe. So it's kind of interesting. I mean, maybe it's some sort of like big brain play where he jams aces hoping to get called by pair plus blocker and get 2 pair to fold, which don't actually hate as an idea. That's actually kind of interesting here, because Rigged will call king 10 if he has it here, but he'll often check raise the flop with that. And then a hand like king 5 or king 6, it's pretty debatable as to whether you'd rather call those than king jack if you don't include a jam from something like aces here. And I know Llama's gone for some stuff like that in the past. It might be like that might be what he's cooking up. Those kind of plays are very fragile though. They're very, very fragile.
Are pocket 5s and king 10 ruled out because they would check raise flop?
Well, mostly, but versus B40 from under the gun, you do like a bit of slow playing with them. You'll have them sometimes.
And then if you just call the flop, then against an overbet on the turn, would he also just call?
Yeah, especially when you don't have the board's very static. You're not going to really improve on many rivers. So if you trap, kind of keep trapping, keep protecting your range.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go for it, but it's just like it's not very typical of the way people play. Like it would be like a fun little spicy line where there's probably a bunch of leveling walkers. You know, you're in like a 2% solver frequency, and people are losing their mind about like, got to get it right this time because I'm never going to see that spot again. So you know, if you want to go down that path, I'm sure it's like, you know, there's probably some edge to be had. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, we're like, there's maybe an argument that you can like check raise King Jack somewhere, but yeah, that's a bit much as well. That's a bit exotic.
We like exotic in the Cash Game World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's we want to get posted to for the right reasons. Wait, I mean, PokerStrategy.com for the right reasons. Shit, I gotta know my lines.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, I'm not good at repping the product.
Unbelievable.
It's okay. We're like 5 hours into a VOD. There's no way Kaki hears about this.
I really gotta go, guys.
All right.
In a bit, man.
Take care.
Thank you for being on, and let's hear the shout-outs.
I'll shout out to my wife, I guess, and my kids.
His wife.
Got him. All right, later.
I think I'm gonna call it as well, guys.
Okay. Thank you. Shout-outs then.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and yeah, I would say shout out to everyone who is like who is participating and is willing to put the money on the table and battle out the best, you know. Shout out to them.
Yeah, if you knit it up, so fuck you.
Sorry?
Anyone who knits it up and won't play, fuck them. But all the rest of them.
Yeah, exactly. All right, take care.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night.
Yeah.
I love how he tried. It was like the peer pressure almost like, oh, nobody else did it.
Yeah, I was really hoping he was going to give a shout out to W's wife. Like, for just a second,
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
You know,
I'm
actually,
going to start signing off streams like that. Everyone's going to think I'm insane. Like, there's not enough people here for it to become an in-joke.
well, you know, like for the most part, like it doesn't surprise me that people don't have shout-outs, but I feel like you need to give them the opportunity. You never know. But what surprises me is like if somebody like, let's say like Wacko or someone that has like proper social media and content to promote, and like any shout-out, and I'm like, no, I'm like, well, actually, you have like all of these things you're meant to be shouting out.
Like I don't even have social media. Like,
yeah, you used to have Twitter, but then you gave up.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have Twitter. Like, I have an account because I had to. I can't remember. Oh yeah, and I announced a few streams on there, and then was just like, I'm done with this. Occasionally, like I'd sort of like I open it up, and then I just look at the feed on Twitter. I'm like, this is horrendous. Like, I'm glad I'm not part of this cesspit, and then I like go about my day, and I feel a little bit happier for not being, you know, affected by it.
Well, you're missing out on all the drama.
No,
and being productive with your life in the meantime, that's unacceptable. You're supposed to read.
Having a life without Twitter drama. That's how it works.
You know what's crazy is that like a couple years ago, like so poker people were never really that much on Twitter. It was just a few of them. And then a couple years ago, I think maybe it was like a COVID time or whatever, suddenly everybody, and we're talking everybody, especially in the US, they joined Twitter. So Poker Twitter became this whole thing. And that's the time that they launched Spaces on Twitter, which is this thing you can create a call and have people talk, and they can even join and like you allow them to talk, and there's people listening. And every day there were Spaces which were just drama fest. It's like all these Americans calling each other trash and like just getting on the call, and it was kind of peak content for a while. Yeah, it was peak content. You missed some great stuff for sure. Nowadays it's kind of died again, or it's slowed down. You know, they call each other trash, but it has to be through some tweets and some back and forth.
I feel like it's just played out. People, you know, they've run out of new ways to call someone trash. You know, like so it's like you gotta have some novelty about it.
Be a little sneaky.
When did you think about doing a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I mean, I appear enough on everyone else's. Yeah, I should probably just get myself an editor and just do content for my own. I mean, although to be fair, like got the Gorilla one with Yuri now, and we're probably going to do some stuff on there. I've just got to say, like, I mean, I was kind of getting on top of stuff, and then the World Champ started, and it's like, okay, life is back to pure chaos again. So yeah, it's like I've been thinking about doing a YouTube channel for a while, but it's just something else always comes up.
Well, what were you thinking? Like just sort of educational content, or like a bit of everything? Maybe some podcast.
Oh, one thing I wanted to do, I wanted to do like a watch along to a Triton where I would just trash talk them the whole time.
Okay, so like a companion, they call it like fight companion for UFC with like Joe Rogan and stuff, something like this.
Yeah. But I'll just like watch like the deep stack day ones of Tritons and just call them all garbage.
It's like tunnel on Decky's table and wait for him to make a mistake.
Yeah, literally. Although, yeah, and we just never talk about any of the ways that I busted Triton because that's in the past. But like, but by God, there were some punts in there. Yeah. I tell you what else I'd do. I mean, I don't know, just like talk about hands and shit, promote Gorilla. Be like, come,
do you watch?
Get coached by me.
Do you watch anyone's content nowadays?
Do I watch other people's content? Whose poker content do I watch? Do I watch anyone's poker content even?
Mechanics of Poker, at least, I guess.
Yeah, I'll do the clips. I don't have the attention span for a 3-hour podcast. Like if someone's like, "There's an interesting segment here," then I'll listen to it.
Yeah.
But like, and also the thing is, it's not like a podcast you can really put on in the background. At least I find it's like, I say that as I'm the background to, Chowjun being put all in by Luca Bray. He makes the fold. Oh, and it's not even a show table.
No.
What's the fucking point?
We had hopes. Yeah, I watched. Actually, so like these days, when I go to the gym, I got a tablet to watch stuff, but then I kind of run out of good stuff to watch. So I was like, instead of watching like a garbage TV show or like trash TV, I'll listen to the Mechanics of Poker podcast, the one with the mid-stakes guys, and it was super interesting. So I listened to that the last 2 days.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it quite a bit, and I ran into some fun videos as well. It's more, fun than educational, if anything. But it's the Bena Badbeat one of the latest videos where he's watching hands with another guy, and they're trying to guess what stakes this is from. And I thought this was super entertaining.
Yeah. Those are quite fun, actually. Yeah, I haven't seen that video, but I've seen some videos of those in the past. I think that's a pretty fun format.
Yeah. And Bena was really good. Oh my God, like he paid attention to everything. He was like, all right, this is like short-handed, so it's probably higher stakes, like he was killing it.
Yeah. I feel like, there are some things which you might not notice if you're in like that high stakes bubble.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But like, oh wait, did I miss something? Oh, and Luca Brait shoved all in over the top. Oh wow, there we go.
Well played, Yolan. That's what I'm talking about.
I need to revive it.
Good fold. Why do they like? I feel like every time we've seen Yolan on the stream, everybody has the nuts, and he's just folding his life away. And then sometimes he's like, "Well, I have to call sometimes." So he calls.
Sometimes I'm
nuts.
calling poker ace against Davy, and it's.
Yeah, I've seen you make so many big folds. It's crazy.
You calling him a net?
Well, he was correct. Yeah. I'm calling him a good player.
I was bluffing probably a little bit.
Like no, the other night he was on the call and he made like a lot of folds, and every time everybody had it.
Yeah, I fold literally 2 pair against LLinus on the turn. I had a win on him. He had straight. But yeah, I think I did like 80% of my bluff catcher all in or like wrong. Just a little bit frustrating, but that's fine. Yeah.
It happens.
What's here?
Let's see, Rigged and Flushy getting into it now.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of history as well. They know each other very well.
Yeah, because Rick plays in Macau and Flushy too. They've probably been to the sauna together. They've seen everything, eh?
You've been playing in Macau, Owen?
No, I've never been. I don't know. I just heard the lifestyle's no good. So, that's such a flushy size on the river.
Hey, that was a pretty quick fold. The Rig didn't seem to have much of a decision. Wait, why haven't you played in Macau, when, by the way? You considered it yet, or?
My lifestyle's just no good. Like,
yeah,
it's just. I've just heard that like it's good action, but there is nothing there apart from the casino. And I mean, I can do that here and there, but like even Vegas, after a month, I start like climbing the walls. I'm just like, I need to get out. I need to be in a real city.
you went to ski and stuff, and you went to the Sphere for Anima, so you still did like plenty of activities.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was fun. But it is still like Vegas is weird, man. Like it's like it's not a normal city. It does make you feel like very weird. One thing I've noticed though is that, like it's easier to be zen at the table when you've got vitamin D. Like, when you can walk outside at any point. Like last year, being in Vegas, I can just walk outside and it'd be like 20 degrees, like maybe like hotter than that, honestly, at this time. Just like fairly, like, you know, like nice temperature. Even at night, it wasn't that cold, and you could always just like go for a walk and chill yourself out. And then in the UK right now, and it's just like I'm just freezing my bollocks off, and I haven't even walked outside. So
yeah.
It definitely does. Like, I do feel a lot more cooped up, even though it's like there's not really a big difference, you know, in terms of like the space. But it's more like it just feels worse when it's like you open the curtains and it's like, oh, grey again.
So what do you think about beginning to travel more then?
Yeah, I travel quite a lot this year.
Okay.
I mean, UK in the winter kind of sucks, but I might go to the Bahamas.
Have you been to Dubai?
I haven't been to Dubai. I suspect I would hate it.
Yeah, it's special, but the thing is, like, potentially for poker, I hear they might open a win there in 2027.
It's going to be the new win, so it's going to be like that'll be good at least for a while.
Yeah. For a while, dude. Like Dubai has like all the rich people. If they open a casino there, it's going to be insane.
Look, and I don't want to.
Casino in a year and a half there. It's 2027.
Sorry?
No, I said they will open a casino in Dubai in a year and a half.
The win, right?
Yeah, but it's just that. Yeah, I mean, like the games obviously start really good while everyone's playing them at that one specific casino, but then people like get dispersed, or it's like how people, or also like people get better as well. Like sometimes you have like big VIPs at the start, and then after a year or two, they're not really big VIPs anymore.
Yeah.
Where do you live right now, Owen?
I live in London.
Oh, okay.
How do you like London overall?
London's fucking great, man. London's fucking great. Yeah, there's just so much shit to do. It's perfect. Oh, man. Jesus, it's a good thing I'm not at the tables. In this state right now, every time I see someone make a bet, I'm just like, call, he's bluffing, don't fold to him. I mean, yeah, I have been up for like 20 odd hours or something, maybe 19, but still. I think as well, it's like when you're, I think when you watch, like if you go through highlight hands, it sort of gives this feeling that everyone's going for your throat every single hand. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like we looked at like these big hands where Meek ran some bluffs, and it's like there were probably a lot of quiet hands in between that we weren't paying much attention to, where people played very. I say that, and then Chris 4-bets the Jack 7 suited, so like. Maybe not. Maybe there was just plenty of punting which I didn't notice. Maybe that's what was happening. Jesus, so disrespectful. Like, it's one thing being 1 pip too wide, like 2 pips too wide. Come on, man.
Johan, can you put when Luca bet the river hand again? I just want to review
it. Sure. Let me try and find it. Do you remember the pot size rounds?
Yeah, it was like he jumps all in. I don't know if it.
Oh yeah, it's with the 5s, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I found it. I'll bring it up now. I feel like I'm like the operator in the Matrix. You're like, yeah, find me a phone. I need to get on. I'm like, yeah, I got it.
Oh.
All right, Luca Brates, 2.5x on the button. Yolan flat small blind. Xiao Jun defense big blind. 3-way to 4-4-7. Checks around.
Oh man, everyone's a lot better at multi-way than they were last. Well, not everyone actually. Some people have gotten a shit ton better at multi-way, and most people have not actually. That's yeah.
What a bink on the turn with the 5s, and then 3 of spades on the river. Yolan check raising and a jam from the boats.
I'm not sure what he's value betting when he jumps 5s, honestly. It's really interesting. I was actually wondering, might this be a bluff or crazy, but I just don't see what he's value betting.
Well, he has a pretty aggro image. Maybe there is a chance he's hoping people will call him lighter than they should.
I'm raising worse with 5s here in value. I'm not gonna raise the ace of spade when he bets 3/4.
Yeah. I guess you.
That's interesting. No, I mean maybe he wants to bluff against 7s or 4s. I don't know. It's just
wait. Did you fold 7s?
No. No. I mean obviously, but it can be a fold. But no. I bluffed. I had pocket 8s.
I don't know. I think he just saw boat and was like, I have best hand.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
Man, there was a hand I had versus him where it was like is blind versus blind. 10-8 deuce. He checks, I bet half pot. Turn is a deuce. He checks, I check back. River is another deuce. He checks, I bet 75. He raises fucking massive. I min click him all in and he calls me off with a 10. So, you know. Like I don't like he like 10x pot raised me with a 10 there. I'm not sure what that was about. Like not like I don't know. It's like well not 10x pot. I guess it would have been like 5x pot or something. But made some like massive raise. With just the boat. Like not even an overbet. So doesn't really surprise me that he's going on the lighter side here as well.
I mean, I think maybe he thinks I have like all in size with my best hand and raise size with the weaker portion. He thinks he was ahead. But there is a world where this hand is a bluff, I think. It's like I cannot raise the ace of spades, so like you have to be behind with 5s.
Yeah, I think he just put you on the ace of spades. No, bring it back. That was a great leaderboard. No, what are we looking at these nonsense hands?
10% on the turn. And then it's so funny, Decky He's like 10%. You know who I am. Click.
Nah, Decky didn't do this for ego war reasons. He did this for solid botty reasons. This is. Yeah, I don't know, man. Cooler. Top 2 versus a set.
Flush.
No. It's top 2 versus a set. Don't look at the fact there's 4 spades on the board. Then there's no big deal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know what's happening in those hands.
You and me both, brother.
Look at this. 8 p.m. and the table's empty out. It's like those guys have an agreement to grab dinner or something at this time. Very interesting.
Yeah, I reckon they're all tuned into the stream. They heard I'm too tired and I'm not coming back, and they're like, "Oh, fuck it, let's go. Let's stop waiting for Owen's nightly 30k donation."
How did you do today?
I lost like 20
in EV.
I mean, I think I lost like 10 in EV. I would guess.
All right, the dream's alive.
But like, yeah, this ended that ended halfway through my session. So there's like, so there's still some more after that.
Did you consider messaging SLS and asking him for some advice?
What if I could?
1600 BB per 100. What a goat!
Absolutely outrageous. Can we get him stricken from the leaderboard? That's fucking like. Can we have 100 hands in them?
Hey, stop hating. He put his money at risk and he won.
I paid $9,775 for that hate. I'm allowed to be a hater.
Oh my god.
That's such a reasonable rate for hate. Most people just pay $8 for a blue check mark.
Poker Twitter, it's a real thing. All right, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you for being on. Much love to both of you, and let's do shout-outs then.
Oh, big shout-out to Dobby's wife.
All right, thanks, Owen. See you later. Have a good night. Get some rest.
See you guys.
All right, well, Yolan didn't feel like doing the shout-outs, but much love to him as well. Actually, let me check the... Let me check all the guests that we had on so we can shout out everybody properly, because we love shout outs here. So we had Hierophant to start the stream, aka Sakram. Smelly Maze joined us later. Then Peter Knop joined us. Blue. And then finally Prodigy. We had Ohio Mark making a cameo as well in there. And then eventually Yolan Cohen as well. So big shout out to all of these guys. Much love to them. And we're done for now, guys. I think that's the longest stream we've had so far. And I tell you what, it's not even everything, because when the tables resume later, I'll be looking to do another stream most likely. So probably we'll do another stream in a couple hours if the tables start over again. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. Much love to everybody, like all the viewers. Big shout out to, of course, CoinPoker and Poker Strategy. Make sure to follow them at all their socials. You can see a bunch of them here on the stream. PokerStrategy _ English. I think that's Instagram. And Ian PokerStrategy on X and PokerStrategy.com on both YouTube and Twitch. CoinPoker off as well, I believe, for the Twitch of CoinPoker. And yeah, if you guys wanna follow me, I'm at Johan Merlo on both Twitter and Instagram. I'll see you guys later. Have a good evening until then. Get some dinner, get some foods, and I'll see you guys very soon. Laters. Bye-bye.